Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Rotax Max Challenge Nordic, Round 3, and Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, Round 5, here at the Raceway Baltic in Ropazi, around about a 45-minute drive from Riga Airport. Hello, everybody. Alex Goldschmidt with you through the entire day, as we have got plenty of racing action to keep you entertained here on the official Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel. So if you haven't already, why not like, share and subscribe whilst you're at it. Now this circuit, I've had the pleasure and opportunity to be there before, where a couple of years back we had a driver's briefing where I had to raise my voice when our race director was conducting driver's briefing and drivers wouldn't shut up. And we also had heavy rainfall, thunder and lightning on the very same day. But what a track this is. Very fast, very flowing, very technical, and with plenty of overtaking opportunities. We are in for one heck of a show here today in this part of the Baltic region. And there you see by our drone shot. Big thank you to the team at No Limits for the live streaming coverage all the way through the championship season. As the path to Portimao, the venue of this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, is very much ending in the business end as things stand, and that will take place in early November this year. A sudden change of the dates thanks to something called MotoGP apparently, so it's 2 weeks earlier than was originally scheduled by BRP Rotax, who through Corridas run the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals every year. Here is the upcoming timetable. So we've got 40 senior drivers, so we've had to split them into 3 groups after complete qualifying. And then we'll have, for the seniors, we're going to have 3 heats. For all other classes, we'll have the finals, so final 1, final 2, and then the results from that will then decide the grid for the super finals, and 36 seniors will go through to the super final, which will be the last one, and that is due to start at 3:29 p.m. local. So qualifying already took place yesterday afternoon, and the first race will have 26 seniors in action, 9 minutes plus an additional lap of this circuit. And a big thank you to all the drivers that have made it here to Ropazi, and especially with the heat wave that has been hitting not just the Baltics but also continental Europe and further afield. Looks like a lot of people are very much enjoying the weather. So our first race set to get underway in a couple of minutes' time at 10 o'clock local. So we'll have the first set of finals, and then also the second set of finals before the official lunch break, which will probably be at 10 past 1 this afternoon. So Raceway Baltic, located smack bang in the middle of Latvia, 1.34 kilometres, an elevation of just under 2.5 metres with plenty of turns, and as you can see, very fast, very flowing. And especially when Sector 6 is where you see the very, very long start-finish straight. And Turn 2 is going to be one of the biggest overtaking opportunities, but you could just see by the track map itself how significantly quick. This is, I think, probably the fastest track in Latvia, and the 10-hour forecast showing that we are going to be in for some temperatures north of 20 degrees centigrade, which is around about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. But as you can see, sunshine from the blue skies above. So Senior B versus C is coming up next. Then we will have Micro, Mini, DD2, then we'll have Juniors, and then DD2 Masters, who are running separately this time. And as they say, it is the calm before the storm. So, green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid as the field makes its way onto the circuit. And with that in mind, it's time to take you through our first starting grid of this round of the 2026 season. It's Artyom Sestakov's that is going to start from pole position in the 357, topping Group 1 in qualifying yesterday afternoon. Tom Strehler, the current points leader in Rotax Max Challenge Nordic, took pole and was quickest in Group 2. So Artyom Sestakov and Dovydas Gudulevicius on the front row. Fernando Paimre and Kimi Komalainen round out row 2. Martin Wallström and Elisa Stolchamane will round out row 3. Rodrigo Kakos and Laurinus Kararavicius round out row 4. Completing the top 10 will be Normantas Avarsavicius and Marta Spike. Kaspar Kiskuela and Martin Waltz round out row 6. Kevin Lanus and Karlis Kirikovs round out row 7. Row 8, it is going to be Dovydas Kvazelis and Rikardis Kekulis. Row 9, from Lithuania, the 377 of Gina Sinimkus and Albert Ingo from Finland in the 301 round out the top 9 rows. Roman Pakas and Kristin Hiovanin round out the top 20. Carl Jesper Sumets and Tomas Kararavicius round out row 11, with Hans Markus Narusk, Miro Koski, Maja Gomberga and Adrian Tions bringing up the rear of the 26-strong field. So, if you are watching on the Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel, please shout out who you're cheering on for here today. But there is plenty of racing that's going to be happening over the course of today, so we're sure you're going to enjoy what racing is going to happen over the course of today's proceedings, but the drivers instructed to slow. Sestakovs and Gudulevicius. Latvia and Lithuania on the front row, the grid followed by Estonia and Finland. So, we are getting set and ready to kickstart race day here on the 8th of August 2026. Amidst the Latvian sunshine here on Saturday morning, it's revs up. And are we going to go green? No, we're not. It's a full start. Green flag stayed where it was. So around we go again. Once that green flag drops, then we're racing. But our race director not entirely happy, and quite a few drivers not in the tram lines. Now, there will be penalties given out if the race is declared green and good to go. What will happen is that if there are drivers that are 2 wheels out of the tram lines, that's a penalty. If it's all 4 wheels out of the tram lines, that's also a penalty, but a more severe one. Normally it's 3 seconds with 2 wheels out of the tram lines. With all 4 out, it's 5 seconds normally. But some regulations state that it's 10 seconds. As per the regulations through the Rotax Max Challenge Global Sporting Regulations. So, right, everyone's got to get into formation very, very quickly. They need to stop weaving, especially if your name's Karlis Kirikovs, I'm afraid. But Sestakovs and Gudulevicius are in formation. We have 13 rows, 26 drivers ready to go into battle for 9 minutes, plus an additional lap here at Raceway Baltic as we're revs up. And does the flag drop? Yes, we go. And here we go into turn 1. And straight away, Artyom Sestakovs gets the whole shot. It's 2-3 abreast as we head into turn 2. Someone's gone big time onto the grass and has started doing a Valtteri Bottas impersonation. Mantas Avarsavicius has lost a couple of positions. The 336 from Lithuania now down into 11th position, having started 9th. But early doors as we're 30 seconds in, and look at this sweeping battle here to the top part of the circuit, through the sweeping left, as Gudulevicius is not in second. That's Fernando Paimre, and now he's bump drafting Artyom Sestakovs through into the final corner. They're line astern at the minute. In there is the 369 of Wallström, but oh, a bit wide there coming out of the final corner from Sestakov. Skudlevicius was not there. Hyman was very much on full on attack. So after the opening lap, it's Sestakov, Paimre, Skudlevicius, Wallström, Rodrigo Kakers. And one of the biggest movers at the moment, Karlis Kirikovs, up from 14th position, now runs P6. Komalainen, Stolchamani, Kalavicius and Spike round out the top 10. And all a little bit of stumble there by Achim Sestakov and Fernando Paimre gets through. And straight away the counter-attack happens. Fast and frantic here in senior Rotax, it always is. Anthony Steons now up into 21st, as here comes the attack from the likes of Wallström, who's just been passed by Rodrigo Kakas for RM Latvia on the Sony car. So believe you me, you do not want to miss. Blink and you miss it, folks. But now it's going to be another change up the order. Kirikov's now up, well, has moved up the order. Stolchamani up the order. Komalainen, as Marta Spike has dropped out of the top 10. She's been passed by Nomantas Varsavicius for the Lithuanian Virulart squad, run by Martina Stankiewicz. But now it's become 7 carts at the front end of the train. Rodrigo Kakas trying to get through for P3 on Dominus Skudlevicius. At the moment that's not quite happening. There we go to the inside. Karlis Kirikovs with the new fastest lap of the race, 55.507. But Kakas through on Wallström again. Sestakov holding on to the coattails of Fernando Paimre. Running on the Tony Cup for the AGS Racing team. So, after lap number 3, Paimre leads. Sestakov, Skudlevicius, Kakas, Wallström. Some new personal best coming in, and it's Lorinas Kalavicius that puts to the new fastest lap of the race, 54.616. And it's all about flow, it's all about momentum carrying through this circuit here at Raceway Baltic. But it also depends on how hard you want to push that envelope. But Paimre and Sestakov now starting to try and pull away from Dovidas Skudlevicius, as Sestakov's trying to find a way through. And over the past few seasons, well, Sestakov, high, wide and handsome to the outside. He's doing the old Slim Shady, and that's a beautiful move. And Skudlevicius, how late did you want to be throwing around the outside? So Fernando Paimre, after just 2 corners, drops from first, and now drops down to third. So, new leader, Achim Sestakovs. We are getting up to 5 minutes plus an additional lap. And there is so much going on at the moment. Adelin Steels is nearly halfway through the field and is up to 14th in the 371. Not too far behind Romet Pakash from Estonia. But Skudlevicius giving chase as they make their way through to the top part of the circuit. It's very deceptive here. Skudlevicius, wrestles with the steering wheel. Sestakov has a little bit of a wobble on the back axle. And here comes Rodrigo Kakas from RM Latvia to the inside of the Sony kart at number 352. Gets through for 3rd position, so Kakas now got 4 places. And biggest mover, Anthony Steons, as here we go to the inside. Sestakov through on Kakas at turn 1. Beautiful, brave, committed move from the 357. Sestakov has also been doing mechanicking and driver coaching. There goes Karlis Kirikovs through on Fernando Paimre through at turn 2. And that's for 4th place. So now at the minute, well, Sestakovs is losing time. Time to the inside, that's Elisa Stolchamani. And she's just put in the fastest lap of the race, the younger sister of Thomas Stolchamanis, 54.112. But Alisa is very much making her own mark, one of multiple female drivers in the class, including Marta Spike, who is currently running P9 at the moment. Kate Drobiseva will be out in the next heat, and she's not exactly a slow coach either. So with 3 1/4 minutes to go, Dovidas Skudlevicius is now expanding a lead over Achim Sestakovs that is now nearly nigh on a second. Kakers, Stolchamani, Kirikos, Paimne, Wallström, Kararovicius, Spike, and Komalainen. That is your top 10 at the minute, covered by 3.3 seconds. But it's all about getting consistent scores to get your grid position as high as possible for the super final. Of course, each of the senior Rotax drivers will compete in 2 of the 3 heats today. And then the top 36 will go through to the final. And the bottom 4 will be eliminated. And then that will be their weekend done and dusted. And in terms of the overall points so far in the Senior Max side of things, Tom Serler leads the way in seniors on 251 points. 18 ahead, Martin Wellström, Kairo Kivi, Fernando Paimne and Romet Pakash round out the top 5. Akim Sestakos is currently 6 in the points, as there is Wallström and Kirikovs battling away. This is for P6. And they've got Kararovicius and Spike not too far behind. Yeah, Kararovicius was getting a little bit cheeky, trying to stick the nose up the inside. Fastest lap of the race now, 53.548, and that is by the race leader, Dovydas Gudlevicius, one of the multiple drivers on the Tony kart. So Mark's represented Tony, Gillard, Sodi, Cosmic, Birrell, Exbury and Falcon. The time is counting down for this opening senior Rotax heat of the weekend. And Dovydas Gudlevicius has the lead over Artyom Sestakos from MRG Racing to the tune of nearly 1.1 seconds. There's Elisa Stolchamani ahead of RM Latvia teammate Rodrigo Kakers, both on the Sodi kart. It's the brand operated by Bertrand Pignolet and the team just outside of Le Mans. And the Le Mans International Karting Circuit, the host of the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. But Dovydas Gudlevicius now starting to really put some distance between himself and Artyom Sestakovs. But the battle for P3 very much undecided yet, because Stolchamani, Kakers and Paimne are very, very close together indeed. And then there's a squabble here at the bottom part of the top 10. Kirikovs is in there. Marta Spike is now up to 7th. Good work by her on the Tony kart for MKC Motorsport, formerly a Sodi kart driver. There's switched machinery. And now the timer expires. Next time around, final lap. And Dovydas Gudlevicius has an extensive lead of just over 1.1 seconds ahead of Artyom Sestakovs. Stolchamani holding on by a finger thread with P3. Rodrigo Kakers and Fernando Paimne are right behind the 303 from Latvia. But nevertheless, Dovydas Gudlevicius has made good his intent here at Raceway Baltic to keep a watching brief on who's behind him and also try and expand that gap. Pretty much is staying as it is. As late dive there from Rodrigo Kakers. We're heading into the final few corners here at Raceway Baltic, and Stolchamani has bolted. Kakers comes under fire from Paimne, but it is going to be Dovydas Gudlevicius that is going to take the checkered flag and win Senior Heat 1, B versus C, ahead of Artyom Sestakovs. Elisa Stolchamani rounds out your top 3, closely followed by Rodrigo Kakers and Fernando Paimne, who completes the top 5. Marta Spike up 4 spots. She finishes in 6th ahead of Martin Wallström, Carlis Kirikovs, Adrian Tions, 17 places gained. He didn't have the best qualifying, but his race pace is mighty. Kevin Lanus rounds out the top 10 for the Racing Academy team on the X3 chassis, as we're waiting for Kvazelis, who is going to be the last driver to cross the line. And all 26 drivers make it across. So, Gudlevicius from Sestakos and Stolchamani with Kakers, Paimne, Spike, Wallström, Kirikovs, Tions and Kevin Lanus rounding out the top 10. Lorinus Kananovicius, 11th. Head of Martins Valts. Komalainen, Kekulis, Avarsevicius, Ingo, Rimkus, Narusk, Kalarovicius, as in Domas, Kau Jesper Sumets, Mirokoski, Maja Gomberga, Kaspar Kiskuela, Kristin Hiovain, Robert Pakas and Dovidas Kvazelis. Fastest lap by Gudlevicius. Most positions gained by Adrians Tions. So, very shortly, here is the replay of just some of the action that we had here. Some great fighting at the beginning when it all started very, very early. Ation Sestakos on pole. And Fernando Paimre and Dovidas Gudlevicius. Well, Gudlevicius dodged a bullet, clipped the right rear wheel of the Estonian, but it was going to be a case of follow the leader around the circuit. Martin Wellstrom found himself in a little bit of a, well, between a rock and a hard place, but Dovidas Gudlevicius would win, taking it by 1.1 seconds. And a good turn of results for Ation Sestakos and Elisa Stolchamani rounding out the top 3. And now we go to our youngest competitors on the grid. Micromax, its final one. So the drivers will be competing over 6 minutes plus 1 additional lap. So Stefano Gonzalez and Timas Rimas line up on the front row of the grid. Jokubas Juozaitis and Hugo Kalbi, who currently leads the Micromax Nordic standings at the moment, round out row 2. Tomas Norkus and Karims Kukutis round out row 3. David Vladson and Marko Klavins round out row 4, completing the field. It's Rodrigo Lapins and Rems Balods Nagradovs. But at the moment, Hugo Kalbi leads on 338 points in terms of Nordic, after Kandava and Kuvola on the 30th of May and the 4th of July. The final round of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic will be hosted here in 3 weeks on the 29th of August. And you'll be able to watch that all live as it happens. So at the moment, Hugo Kalbi has a lead, and it's quite a considerable one. 338 plays 282. So the likes of Timas Rimas and Tomas Norkus, who round out the top 3 in the championship standings. Rimas on 282, Norkus on 275. They've got to gather a lot of points. And bearing in mind, out of the previous 6 races that have been held so far, Hugo Kalbi has won 5 of them. Stefano Gonzalez in the number 56, running on the Tony kart, is the only driver to break that streak, and that was race 1 at Kuvola back in, well, basically back at 5 weeks ago. So the drivers now set and ready as they're going to head into the tram lines. Revs are up, and the flag, does it drop? No, it doesn't. 2 full starts in a row. I'm seeing a potential pattern emerge here. So the drivers will have to go round for another formation lap. And a big thank you to our marshalling team around the circuit. We also have judges of that, including not just our race director, but clerk of the course and the marshalling team, who will report incidents as they see them. So it will be the case that these drivers are going to have to be on their best behaviour. So here we go. It's revs up. Does the flag drop? No. Second full start in a row. And they have red flagged it, so not at all a surprise. 2 full starts, instant red flag. So our race director will pull the grid to a stop on the start-finish straight. So all 10 drivers will stop very shortly, and our race director will have a discussion. Now, whether it's going to be with the pole sitter or the outside of the front row, or maybe so drivers will be told to switch off their engines. Okay, so race director goes over to Stefano Gonzalez, it looks like. Pole position is on the left-hand side of the grid. So once this discussion has been had, then the drivers will be given 1 formation lap, and then we should be revs up into the tram lines and going green with the flag dropping. Okay, also a conversation happening with Timas Rimas, and looks like there's a little bit of a discussion further back in the field. Looks to be maybe Marko Klavins, I would imagine. Well, it looks like actually a lot of the field, but this is the first full start. This is, well, the second start was completely disorganised on the right-hand side of the grid, so it just goes to show that sometimes not everything goes the right way. Now, the first start could have been declared clean, but it is up to... I'm not a race director. I'm just putting my opinion out there. But it looked fairly good. But the second one, the right-hand side of the grid, looked to be a bit of a free-for-all, let's say. But edges are up. They're on. The drivers are now going to go round this 1.34 kilometre circuit. So, now that we are back under racing conditions, it is time for us to get the third time's a charm start underway here at Raceway Baltic. So, once again, just a quick reminder of the grid before we go green. Stefano Gonzalez starts on pole with the number 56 with the number 55 of Timas Rimas alongside on the front row. Jokubas Uazaitis, Hugo Kalbi, Domas Norkus, Karms Kukutis, David Vladson, Marko Klavins, Rodrigo Lapins, and Rems Barods Nagradovs rounds out the grid. So they now make their way out of the final corner. That looks very nice and orderly from our youngest drivers in the Rotax Racing family. Into the tram lines we go. Does the flag drop? Yes, it does. And we're underway for 6 minutes plus an additional lap. Good start by the pole sitter Gonzalez as we head into turn 1 for the first time. Baltic Nagradovs has made up a couple of places in the meantime as Gonzalez leads us into turn 2. And even the Micromax drivers get a big amount of waft and a big amount of speed around this circuit. But Gonzalez starting to open up a lead, which is around about 3 to 4 kart lengths as they go to the top part of the circuit. So now into the uphill incline, and it's going to be a possible change for P2. And that is Domas Norkus, who's up to 3rd place. And Timas Rimas currently holds on to, well, I think that is, well, there's Timas Rimas and is down to 5th. But Stefano Gonzalez, after the opening lap, has a clear 6 kart length lead, which equates to 1 second. Uazaitis now P2, Norkus now P3, Calvi 4th, Timas Rimas now down to 5th place, having dropped 3 spots. Kukurtis and Baltic Nagradovs now up 3 spots and is currently running P7. But the squad, oh, there's contact, 2 off. One goes rally crossing, the other one takes the joker lap. And that would have been for more than likely 3rd and 4th position, which would have been Domas Norkus and Hugo Calvi. I think it was Calvi that was the one that got the shorter end of the stick on that. Actually, it looks like David Vladson on the Lando Norris chassis for MRG Racing was one of the drivers that had a big off. And I think it might have been Rodrigo Lapins. Yeah, they're pretty much line astern, those two are at the moment. But Stefano Gonzalez is pulling away and is looking to add a 2nd victory to his tally at the moment in the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic season. Gonzalez is absolutely flying. It's the first driver to go underneath 61 seconds. 60.998 for the number 56. Rimas, Norkus, Kukurtis, very close in proximity to one another. Well, Timas Rimas now back up to P2, but Norkus trying to go round the outside at the triangle point at the top of the circuit, but can't get through. Oh, someone's already getting the barbecue out ready for lunchtime. Smoke billowing into the air. But Stefano Gonzalez, after the opening 3 laps, has had a big old lead, and it's nearly 3 seconds. But Rimas, Norkus and Kukurtis, that is the other 3 drivers in the top 4. And because they're battling, this is allowing Stefano Gonzalez to pull away quite significantly. Domas Norkus at the moment has gained the most positions, up 2 spots from P5. Karims Kukurtis, who is currently 11th at the moment in the standings, has also made up some places. Change for 2nd. Domas Norkus through on Timas Rimas. Nice little exchange there, but Rimas looking to do the crisscross here on Norkus as they go through into the final left-hander. That will bring them onto the start-finish straight. But, well, with just under 2 minutes to go, 4 laps completed, and the lead that now Stefano Gonzalez has over Domas Norkus is just under 3.9 seconds. And Gonzalez with another new fastest lap of the race, a 60.773. Could be an opportunity here for Domas Norkus to get through back on Timas Rimas. But the number 55 on the Falcon chassis battling against the Paralin for N-Sport. But Kukurtis on the Energy chassis for in the number 95. That's the Lightning McQueen paint job. Finally we see one in karting. Lightning Kukultis, I think, is the nickname now. And look at the race helmet, the race suit. Everything has been put in the aidage of Lightning McQueen. Brilliant stuff. But we have this and one more lap to go. And Stefano Gonzalez trying to do what he can. He's got a 4.5 second lead over Timas Rimas. Karims Kukultis putting the pressure on Domas Norkus here for P3. And Kukultis trying to channel his inner Lightning McQueen and try and do a spectacular send past the number 67. But at the moment that's not quite happening. Yeah, I mean, look at the attention to detail on that livery, that sticker kit. But we are coming down to the final few seconds. Next time round, it will be the last lap. And here comes Kukultis to the inside at the penultimate left-hander. Beautifully done by the number 95. One more lap to go. And Stefano Gonzalez's lead is going to be absolutely mighty. As Timas Rimas crosses the line, 4.9 seconds behind. Kukultis and Norkus battling away, and they're wheel to wheel coming out of turn one. Beautiful stuff there by Kukultis and Norkus to give each other enough racing room to go side by side out of turn one, and that's not easy. But at the moment, Stefano Gonzalez has done absolutely everything he needs to. And that gap is probably going to be just north of 5 seconds. But here comes Domas Norkus to the top part of the circuit. Gets through on Karims Kukultis in the number 95. Retakes third position. But it is going to be a dominant lights out to checkered flag victory. Stefano Gonzalez from pole position will come out of the final corner and takes the checkered to win final one in micro. Second is going to be Timas Rimas. It's going to be a run to the line. But it is going to be Domas Norkus that pips the 95. Of Karims Kukultis. Jokobus Uazaitis recovers to finish 5th. Ahead of Marco Klavins. Hugo Calbi all the way down in 7th, losing 3 positions in that opening race. Rodrigo Lapins, David Vladson, and Rems Balos Nagradovs, who had an initial good start, got up 3 positions, ends up finishing down in 10th. 17.1 seconds off the race leader. There are your provisional results. Hugo Calbi losing the most positions, Domas Norkus gaining the most, and the fastest lap of the race by 3 1/1000ths for the Viral Arts of Hugo Calbi, the number 1 kart, 60.751, as we will see micros a little bit later on at around about 11:45 local. But as always, the younger drivers in the Rotax Max Challenge family always put on one heck of a show. And here, well, there was the big moment. We saw a few drivers, including Rodrigo Lapins and David Vladson, tumble down the order. But for second, a good little scrap between the trio here, with Timas Rimas eventually coming out on top ahead of Domas Norkus, who on the last lap, after this beautiful move through the penultimate left-hander by the number 95. I think he's got a nickname now, Lightning Kukultis. But Gonzalez, untouchable. Rimas second. Domas Norkus rounding out the top 3. So, now we head to Minimax, and it's 11 drivers, Carles Bertons and Ivo Os, an all Latvian front row, with Remigijus Kriausiunas and Martins Lapins on row 2, Martin Sarma and Ilis Mankonen on row 3, an all Latvian row 4, with the 102 of Taras Simnikas and Emilis Kapkauskas in the 141. Henrich Lapse and Miklis Zube round out the top 10, with Karl Korgekuhi rounding out the 11th spot. Martins Lapins leads the way in terms of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic points. 291 plays 288 with Emilis Kapkauskas, and Remigijus Kriausiunas rounds out the top 3, a further 5 points adrift. So for these drivers, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at the 1.34 kilometre long circuit here at Raceway Baltic. Wonderful Latvian countryside in the background with all those trees and forests. Kind of reminds me of home here in the United Kingdom. But let's see, can we have our first race where we get underway first time basking? We've had a full start on race 1 of the meeting, 2 full starts of red flag, and then start number 3 was a good one. So let's get ready to race here in final 1 for Minimax. Oh, and a big old moment there for Ivo Os. And we are not going to go green. Ivo Os, I think, completely misjudged the entry point into turn, well, out of the final corner and into the tram lines. It was 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. So our race director has called a full start. Now I'm trying to recollect on my memory banks, as I'm getting older that's getting a little bit more difficult to try and remember certain points. There was one race meeting where the only class that managed to get the start nailed first time every time was TD2, and it was like a repeating pattern. But you've got to understand, we're now into the second half of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. So Bensons and Oz on the front row of the grid. Points leader lap-in starts on the outside of the second row. And got a good call here from Finland, bringing up the rear of the field. Right, let's see if we can get this right. Second time asking as our Minimax drivers head into the tram lines. This time, are we going to go green? Yes, we are. And that was a big moment there for Ivo Os, who's just lost already 3 to 4 positions on the bat. As 3 wide and a big incident. And Ivo Os is on the short end of the stick, on the receiving end, and the 163 started from the outside of the front row and finds himself in the grass. And there is Ivo Os trying to pull the kart back onto the circuit. If that kart is touched by a marshal, it's game over, and that's an instant DNF on the spot. But the top 2 are really starting to make some headway here, one of which is the 199 Kliausiunas, and Carlis Bensons in the RM Latvia Run Energy Corsa chassis has got next to no advantage whatsoever out of the final corner to complete the opening lap. And Bensons is leading the way by only a 1/10.5 of a second. Now I'm wondering if Ivo Os has managed to carry on, but the Falcon chassis of Kapkauskas, bold move through on SM Racing's Martin Sanma, and that is a change for P4. And I'm not too sure. Well, here comes the change for the lead. Kliausiunas through on Bensons, great move through the sweeping left-hander that pretty much comes onto itself as Ivo Os is basically the best part of half a lap down after that incident. But keep your eyes on Taras Simnikas. Simnikas currently P8 in the standings on 176 points. Simnikas fastest out there at the moment. Well, that was until Ilis Mankkonen on the Tony kart puts in a 58.492. There is still going to be a lot of battling over the next 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap as Simnikas closes in on Carlis Bensons. for that second place. And once Simnikas makes a manoeuvre, then Kriausiunas will be next on the hit list. And Simnikas not using the traditional racing line, just effectively to carry the momentum through the corners. I did say it's all about momentum carrying in the circuit. And Kriausiunas leads the way by just under half a second. And Remigius Kriausiunas with the fastest lap of the race now, 58.143 on lap 3 of this race. We're on lap 4 at the moment as we're about to hit half time. But Taras Simnikas trying to see if there's an opportunity to get through on Carlos Bernssons in the 136 for second place. Well, the gap between the top 3 last time around after lap 3 was 0.6 of a second. Coming over the final corner, they come across the line to complete lap number 4. Well, just apologies for the technical way. Remigius Kriausiunas in the race, but is all the way down in last position. But 2 laps made, it is just over 2 seconds. So by it will be 1 more to go. going to be flat. Between these two here, they have got Taras in quite a bit in the last lap. Now it's just but Carlos Bounsons has made every single lap of this race, despite the efforts of Munipalicity. But very much like we saw with Stefano Gonzalez a little bit early on, Carlos Bounsons has been he hit the right the attacks. On to the lead. Very shortly, having sort of in this first final for Minimax after 7 minutes plus an additional lap. He wins by 0.2 of a second. The top 5, and Jubir gaining 5 positions. Biggest gainer of the race, Martin Stammer, Martin Slappis, Henrik Laps, Carl Kurbuhi, and Ivo Oz round out the finishers. But what can you say? Carlos Bounsons fastest overall in the race. Most places seen by Jubir. That concludes the miss. We very shortly head to our next race because it's CD2 very soon. Okay, we're set and ready for final 1 for the DD2 grid, so let's take you through the starting order. And who won the Senior Rotax Grand Finals at Sarno back in 2019, 432 of Axel Sarniala, joined by Romans Rodinos on the front row. Many congratulations to Ragnar Veres, recently getting hitched to his other half. He's joined by Edgars Vilkans on row 2. Joel Kasper Joifera and Nojus Jaralaitis rounding out row 3. Rikard Kansins and Tonis Johannes Tumingas round out row 4 with Johan Bain, Devin Sagardi, Paul Eke Betlem and Aras Jankevicius. As we do not go... Oh, well, DD2. You've disappointed me there. They have got a full start under their belt. So, with that in mind, whilst we got the opportunity, in terms of the point standings, Ragnar Veres leads and has 3 race wins so far. Race 2 at Kandava, races 2 and 3, which is final one. Well, that would have been at Kouvola, and has a big lead over Axel Sarniala. 3:26 plays 2:58. Joel Kasper Joipere, Devin Sagadi, and Andres Utkau round out the top 5. Utkau not here this week. Of course, there is plenty of other Rotax Max Challenge action happening this weekend. So, the mind games start. It's the second time of asking here for DD2 Final 1 here at Raceway Baltic for the 5th round of Rotax Latvia, and round 3, Rotax Nordic. We're green, and a good start by Sarniala leads the field in. A little bit of squabbling behind as, oh, well, that was Devin Sagadi and Paul Eke-Bethlehem getting a little bit close for comfort, let's say, but Sarniala leads, Virdis in second. So Rodionov's rounding out the top 3. Roman Rodionov's always a fast paddler in DD2. Of course, Axel Sarniala, a senior Rotax Grand Finals champion. Oh, big dive there. Good move by Roman Rodionovs to retake 3rd position off of Joel Kasper Joipere, the Estonian. And right behind them, they'll have Edgars Vilkans. Always quick on the Sony kart as Edgar's been. But Sarniala leads after the opening tour. Not that far ahead of Ragnar Virdis. Virdis, in his own way, a Grand Finals champion in DD2. And Virdis looking one way, then the other. And with his own driver coaching program about karting, kartletics. Still very much happy to get behind the wheel. But Sarniala trying to pull that gap to the inside. Vilkans makes the move on Joipere, gets through for the 4th place. Oh, that's an aggressive Baltic lead there, Axel Sarniala. He's so far back in his seat. Of course, this is not the first rodeo in DD2 for Axel Sarniala. And the opportunity to catch up with him, I think it was last year when he was running at the B&L Karting Series with Stan Pex's team, SP Motorsport. Rodionovs is the quickest out there, 53.877. And this first final, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Shadowlightis has lost 3 positions so far. And is all the way down in 9th position. He's not the only loser for the Jorgisu Kartiklobi from Estonia. Tonis Johannes Dominguez on the Energy chassis has also dropped 3 places, down to 11th from 8th on the start. But now Rodionovs is starting to catch Virdis. Virdis has just put in the fastest lap, and Rodionovs has successfully responded to 53.405. And I still remember a couple of years ago when Roman Rodionovs was charging for the race lead and went off at turn 1. That was a big, big moment. I jumped out of my chair and nearly scared myself at the same time, folks. But nevertheless, as I said, it's all about carrying momentum. Smooth is fast, is what good friend and a member of the technical support team at Rotax, Daryl Smith, would tell me. Getting some good, clean racing here in DD2. And all drivers are still on the black stuff, which is a good sight to see. We don't like it when drivers get a little bit close and there's a little bit of argy-bargy and someone ends up falling off the cliff or off the tarmac, so to speak. No, they're not lemmings, Alex. Come on, man. Right. So the top three have really started to break away because Edgar's Vilkans is about 1.1 seconds behind the Normans Rodionovs, who really is starting to pull the pin on the grenade. But Axel Sarniala has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 53.186 for the Finn. Always dynamite quick, no matter what kart you put him behind the wheel of. And if people might remember the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Sarno, and that was the last variation of that circuit before it got amended ahead of the 2024 running of the Grand Finals, where it went back there. Axel Sarniala dead heated with Guy Cunnington across the line in the final. As Rodionov's getting a bit racy here behind Virus. Axel Sarniala and Guy Cunnington from Team UK crossed the line, dead heat, and went to the fastest lap of the race that each driver had done. Sarniala won it. And I'm not going to talk about what happened on the podium because that is forever ingrained in my memory. But Axel Sarniala came out the winner. Had the opportunity, that was my first Grand Finals. I have been to 4 in total. Sarno 2019, Bahrain 2021 and 2023. And then Portimao 2022 when Christopher El Fagali became the first driver from MENA representing Lebanon to win a Grand Finals, and that was in Minimax that year, just beating now Janetta Junior driver Jacob Ashcroft, who said his farewells at the tail end of the other season, having pretty much won everything, and he is also a Grand Finals champion in terms of juniors. There is the 429 Joel Kasper Joipere running the Kart Republic chassis, machinery that Axel Sarniala is familiar to. But Sarniala now starting to really stretch out the advantage over himself and Ragnar Virus. And Axel Sarniala has not yet had a race win this season. It's been officially confirmed. This could be the first one for the Finn in the 432 and try to close that gap to Ragnar Virus. One of the big things, obviously, with this being the venue of the last 2 rounds of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic, the consistency is what you need now. Very much in the vein of 4-time Formula 1 world champion Alain Prost, nicknamed Le Professeur, because he always knew that, okay, if I'm not going to win the race, how many points do I need? Sarniala, new fastest lap of the race on lap 7. We're now on lap 9. 53.003 for the 432. And just to let you all know, before we go into the lunch break, the last race before the Super Finals will be A versus B Heat 3. That should be at around about 12:57 local time. We are running slightly behind schedule, so they're trying to, as soon as the circuit is cleared, then they're putting the drivers out there very, very quickly indeed. A big thank you to the team behind the scenes here at Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. Yanis and Yana, the husband and wife team. And their crew do a fantastic job of hosting events. It's been nice to... I miss coming over to Latvia. I've got to make sure I go back to Riga at one point. And, well, I'm waiting for the open invitation from Ragnar Virus to come to Tallinn, in Estonia, to go and visit. Never been to Estonia, so that is the only one of the... well, I haven't been to Finland yet either, so... But I think the thing is that I've been to Lithuania, I've been to Latvia, haven't been to Estonia, Finland not yet. so there's still a few nations. Well, I have been to Finland. I did. It was Helsinki Vantaa when I ended up going back from. I think it was from Riga to Helsinki back to London Heathrow and got delayed on the first flight out. So I have been to Finland, but transit only. If it was an overnight stay, then I would have definitely ventured out into Helsinki and sampled some of the local culture. The next time around, it will be 2 laps to go. We're on lap 11 out of 13. And Ragnar Virus finds himself losing a little bit of time, but there is no sense of panic in the way that he is driving the 441 Tony kart. So 2 laps to go, and his last lap, well, Axel Sarniala, the only, well, let's just have a look down the list. Along with Sarniala, Jolkas Vajopera for the AGS racing team, they are the only 2 drivers that have set a lap time sub 53 seconds. Sarniala did it by 0.13. Jopera did it by 5 1,000ths of a second. But a great job as always for the man from the Kivi racing team on the Tony kart. Final lap board will be out this time as Roman Rodinos trying to close in on Estonia's Ragnar Virus. Virus himself, a multi-time Rotax Max Challenge Nordic champion in this category. 1 lap to go, and Jopera and, well, Vilkans and Jopera closing on in on the 2 that have been literally inseparable when it comes to being 2nd and 3rd at the minute. But more to the point, it has been the case that on this race itself, Axel Sarniala has stamped his dominance on proceedings. He will come out of the final corner, and the flying Finn for the Kivi racing team wins final 1 here in DD2. Ragnar Virus and Romans Rodinos round out the top 3. Following that, it will be Edgars Vilkans, Jolkas Vajopera, Johan Vane and Noje Sherelaitis rounding out the top 7. Rikards Kaunsims and Devin Sigardi with Tonis Johannes Dominguez round out the top 10. Paul Eke Betlem and Aras Jankevicius complete the 12-strong field, and all of which made it to the checkered flag. So Axel Sarniala with the fastest lap of the race. Dominguez loses the most. Johan Vane gaining the most. That is DD2 done and dusted. But Axel Sarniala made sure his intent was noticeable. The warning shot across the bow as he started from pole position. And Roman Zordinov's not having the best of starts. But with quite a few of these drivers really getting their elbows out here at Raceway Baltic. It is a wonderful circuit. And it's one that the drivers, when I've spoken to them in the paddock a couple of years ago, I mean, my first trip over to this circuit, I think was back in 2023, where I was actually vlogging all the way through my season. Cheeky YouTube channel plug there, Alex. But we are going to be heading to Junior Rotax, who are going to be into battle for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So let's take you through the starting grid for final 1, 9 minutes plus an additional lap for Junior Rotax. And it's Marius Mazinis that leads from pole position ahead of Markus Jauk. Nikita Lubimov and Patrikas Jokius ran at row 2. Jorisiki Mantas Stankevicius, joined by Adam 6 on row number 3. Jack Collinson and Mikkel Grantins, Latvia and Norway, row 4. Keita Spike and Jokubas Vaskelis, Latvia and Lithuania, round out the top 10. Niklas Passi and Martin Strebe ran at row 6 ahead of Markus Kononovs and Henry Kadastik. Klaus Hans and Gustavs Narvaez, row 8, Janet Salaranta and Emilis Juozaitis, row 9. Rounding out the top 20, Timi Laukkanen and Oskaras Pikovas with Juris Buxna, Oskar Navumchik, Timur Gajev and Lukas Virbikas rounding out the 24 strong on the Rigetti chassis. That's a chassis you don't hear of that often. But quite a few drivers in this grid that are very, very capable indeed. I know that Jack is probably out with Dad Steve at the minute, and I know that the family are watching back in the United Kingdom. So hello to the Collinstons. Good to have you with us. Also, Jack, Latvian bloodline from his mother's side, British bloodline from Dad. But this could be another spicy one indeed. And when we look at the table for points in terms of the juniors, well, it is Jack Collinson that leads. Took the opening 2 race victories back at Kandava on the 30th of May. Hasn't had a win since. Markus Jauk won races 2 and 3 at Kouvola. Niklas Pasi, the 293 who rounds out the top 4, won race 1 at Kouvola, and Emilis Juozaitis won the super final at Kandava back in May. But can Collinson and Jauk start stretching their advantage? There are 6 points between them as we are set and ready to go racing. So time for the revs up into the tram lines. This is looking a little bit scruffy, and the green flag does not drop. It's a full start. I saw that straight away. As soon as that happened, you can tell when a race start isn't quite how it should be. Then after this, we'll go into DD2 Masters. And then after that, time for us to go into the second round of finals. And that will include the last 2 heats. All these drivers here. So drivers are instructed to slow. So time to hold on to your hats, folks, because we've got some racing ahead of us. So Majas Mezinas and Markus Jauk control the pace at the front end of the field. Everyone very slow into the tram lines. Revs up. And do we go green? Yes, we do. Someone did dart out and might get a penalty for wheels outside. And there's a big incident at the back of the field. Backwards goes the 266, Henry Kadastik. Someone else has got a Nassau panel that is not in its normal position. And it's a scrap and a half at the front end of the field. The opening quintet leading the way as they go towards the top part of the circuit. But it looks like Markus Jauk is leading the way up towards the triangular point here. Braking sideways. Crisscross attempt happens. And there are still, there's some definitely going 3 wide. But some drivers definitely have been hit with the red mist under the visor early doors as we come out of the final corner to complete the opening lap. And getting the head down, it's Markus Jauk that leads. Patrikas Jokis up to P2. Nikita Lubimov for Talvar Racing, another driver that's also been on the Grand Finals Roll of Honour, the youngster from Estonia. Stankiewicz, Collinson, they're now up and they round out the top 5. But again, it's behind Lubimov. Lubimov is the cork in the bottle. Oh dear. That is, I think, possibly Adam 6 and Kart 256 that just did the inadvertent, unwanted joker lap there. Kicks up the dust from the grass. But at the moment, Markus Jauk leading the way. Lubimov is the cork in the bottle. And he has got Jack Collinson from MRG Racing in the 291 right on his rear bumper at the minute. Stankovic drops down to 5th. Well, the car that did go off, it was Adam 6 at the 256 and has tumbled all the way down to the bottom end of the order, apart from Henry Kadastik, who also has hit drama. But Patrikos Jokius trying to keep Jack Collinson at bay for P3. Stankovic just behind, along with Majos Mazinas, who started on pole, was edged out on the start and is now down into 6th position. We'll make that 5th because he's got through on Stankovic and passes up the race on lap 2. Patrikos Jokius, the youngster for the GS Racing Club, another driver that has represented Team Lithuania at the Grand Finals over the past few seasons. And the first 3 minutes of this 9-minute plus an additional lap opening final of the weekend for these drivers has had a lot of drama in the opening 2 tours. And Jeanette Saloranta from Finland rounds out the top 10, following behind Oskaras Bikovas, who is up 11 places. Emilis Juozaitis is also in the move, the 210, now up into 7th position, having started down on the outside of row number 9. But now, with the fact that Markus Jauk and Patrikos Jokius are close in proximity to one another, it means that Nikita Lubimov and Jack Collinson have some targets to aim at. Not quite in slipstream distance yet, but Majos Mazinas, son of Mikolas Mazinas, who normally runs in DD2 Masters, has just posted the fastest lap of the race and a dive and a half there. Jack Collinson through on Nikita Lubimov for P3, so the 291 for MG Racing. MRG Racing gets through. Nice little move there from Jack. As now Majos Mazinas looks to be very racy on the Pilanay Racing Cosmic and is going to look to the inside. That's a great move at the top part of it through the triangle section, and Mazinas gets through on Lubimov, and Lubimov now has Joris Igimantas Stankovic right on the rear bumper. So we are more than halfway through this race. Just over 4 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. Markus Jauk and Patrikos Jokius, they are very much intertwined at the gearbox, let's say, even though these karts do not have gearboxes. And wonderful drone shots provided by our live streaming team. Jack Collinson is now absolutely fine. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race on lap 5, 55.139. The MRG Racing driver, based out of the north of the United Kingdom, but still comes over here regularly to race. And it's quite good when you have drivers like Jack Collinson who will race all over the place and will go into the United Kingdom, will stick here in the Baltics and also go further afield. Jack, you need to elbow your dad Steve in the ribcage and ask him when are you going to go to the B&L karting series, because it'd be good to have you guys back at Genk. But battle for the race lead now starts to kick off. Jokius, a little bit of a love tap to the rear bumper of Markus Jauk. Jack Collinson was like a coiled spring waiting for the opportunity. And look at this, Lubimov does the old Slim Shady move. Oh, brilliant stuff there. And he does two in 2 corners. Because now Patrikos Jokius drops down to 4th position. Jack Collinson got through for 2nd. Lubimov now starting to come alive. Looks like he's gotten his wake-up juice. Into the triangle part of the circuit, and it's slider's turn between the top 3. Meantime, it's, oh, look at this, a gaggle of 5, a quintet battling over 4th place. Nikita Lubimov goes wide, sweeps through, tries to get the undercut. Jack Collinson says no, stays on the racing line, out of the final turn. And Markus Jauk so far has led every single lap of this race. Emilis Juozaitis now up into P7. Patrikos Jokius now drops down into P6 as here goes Collinson for the lead. Slides in at turn 2, that opens the door, and Nikita Lubimov back through on the Latvian. This is how a junior race should be happening. Absolutely clean and clinical. The drivers would have been told in driver's briefing just to, if you're going to get your elbows out, fine, but give racing room. So now Nikita Lubimov closing in on Estonia's, on his countryman Markus Jauk. So Nikita, a very, very impressionable young man who's done some great racing over the years that I've commentated on him. But looks over the left shoulder not once but twice. Jack Collinson is there. Marius Mazinas is there as well. Stankovičius, Jokius, Draper, Grantsins, Uazaitis and Pasi. Oh my goodness. Get this, more than half the field is 2.6 seconds apart, and that's all the way down to 14th. Cater spike for MKC Motorsport as Collinson trying to get through on Lubimov. That's going to open the door for Marius Mazinas, who gets through. 3 wide. Oh my goodness me, the juniors went 3 wide for a moment. As Collinson's going to lose out. He's lost out not just once but twice. Drops down into 6th position. Marius Mazinas trying to get through on Nikita Lubimov, but Markus Jauk is going to hold on. 2 more laps to go, nearly 2.7 kilometres of racing. And look at the freight train. The Conga line in juniors is here at Raceway Baltic. And now Jauk is starting to defend. And here comes Collinson with a lunge and a half through on Patrikos Jokius, gets through. But that allows, I think that was Mikkel Grantsins. Yes, Grantsins now through, up into 4th. Collinson now 5th. And now look at this. Right, who's bolted? Who's bolted from the front end of the field? Because someone's lost out big time. And it is Markus Jauk. Collinson trying to get through. And that was on, I think, possibly on Mikkel Grantsins. We've got 1 more lap to go because the timer has expired. And it is, well, I think at the end of the day, Martin Staber showing us the race leader, but not with that lap time, he doesn't, no. So Markus Jauk leads us on to the final lap. Nikita Lubimov, Mikkel Grantsins, Jack Collinson, Marius Mazinas, Niklas Pasi. But Markus Jauk has done exactly what he needed to do here and hold on to the race lead, and that is exactly what you need to do here. Collinson to the inside of Grantsins. Great move there. Takes the position away from the Norwegian. But it is all going to come down to the wire. But it is going to be Markus Jauk that is going to take the victory in this one. As soon as everyone started battling behind him, Markus Jauk is just corners away, takes the checkered. Markus Jauk will win it. Ahead of Nikita Lubimov, Jack Collinson rounds out the top 3. Mikkel Grantsins, Marius Mazinas, and Niklas Pasi, Oskar Kvinkovas, biggest mover of the day in the Art Kart Paralympic. 284, started 20th, finishes P7. Ahead of Emilis Uazaitis, up 10 spots. Timi Laukkanen for on the privateer Tony Kart 232, finishes 9th, head of RM Latvia's Klaus Hans. Patrikos Jokius 11th at the flag, head of Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius. Skater Spike, Gustas Narvaez, Janet Salarantala rounds out the top 15, ahead of Mark Skononovs, Timur Gaitchiev, Adam Six, Jokubas Miskelis, Henry Karasik, Oskar Navilchik, Jonas Klotzner, Lucas Verbikas and Martin Streber rounding out the 24 finishers. 6th, the biggest loser, Kvinkovas, the biggest winner, and the fastest lap going to Niklas Pasi from Talvar Racing. But we've got the replay highlights here for this one. We did have to make it a second start. And, well, someone, I think that might have been possibly, well, that was the incident going through into turn 1, and it was Virbikas that was the other driver that got compromised along with Henry Kadastik. But yeah, all I can say is some great close quarter battling. Unfortunately for Adam Six, ended up taking the Baltic stroker lap, as I'm going to call it now here. But there was so much happening behind Marcus Kalk, who was able to keep a calm head on cool shoulders. Nikita Lyubimov trying to fight his way past Jack Collinson. Collinson nearly did get the lead at one point, but it opened the door. Lyubimov stuck his oars out. So did Marius Mazinas, and then Mikkel Grantins from Norway came into the picture. So a lot of drivers in contention in a class where you would see probably a lot of unforced errors, but actually a lot of clean racing. But Marcus Yao doing a great job for SM Racing on the Tony kart, winning by just over a quarter of a second. But that was a hard-fought race for the Estonian. So, to conclude our first set of finals, we head to DD2 Masters, 2-speed, gearbox-driven, 125cc Rotax Max Evo engines, drivers aged over 31 and above. And let's have a look at the starting grid. Well, I'm glad to see this man has got himself bit by the racing bug again. He was there for the Birolart Baltics team. It's the 503 Haros Garkaklis with Fritz Sai, the man from Talvar Racing for Estonia, rounding out the front row. Rikards Kalsins and Juris Olaitis on row 2. Miklas Mazinas and Ivaris Us rounding out row 3. Martin Zrolis and Martin Silt with Argo Tam rounding out the rear of the field. And in terms of the DD2 Masters classification, Fritz Sai leads the way on 318 points. And that is quite a bit ahead, 52 points ahead of Miklas Mazinas. Rikards Kaln seems a further 3 points adrift. So, 3 different race winners so far this season. Fritz Sai has won the opening and the final race at both opening rounds of the season at Kandava on the 30th of May and Kulvola on the 4th of July. Rikards Kaln seems won race 2 at Kandava, and Artur Savenius won race 2 at Kulvola. Mazinas, Klavins, Rollis, yet to have a win this season. But this is the first time that Garkaklis has ended up, Garkaklis. I've tried to get the pronunciation right again. Harold, yeah, I thought I had a difficult surname. You're tripping me up every single time. And there's a very bright Tony kart there, Martin Sill, in the number 518 from Estonia. But DD2 Masters set and ready for 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Do we get the green flag dropping? First time of asking, finally! And Garkaklis leads the field as Count seems round the outside of Fritz Sai into turn number 1. And now we're ready on the defensive. That is Miklas Mazinas now up into P3, it looks like, in the 577. Fritz Sai got mugged at the start because it looks like Juris Olaitis has gotten through on the Estonian. So Fritz Sai for Talvar Racing rounds out the top 5. Mazinas looking up the inside of Count seems. So the 2 drivers from the Birolart Baltic squad, 3 of them in total in this category. Martin Zrolis now up a position past Ivar Zurs for RM Latvia on the Sodi kart in the 520. But Garkaklis leading the way after the, well, it's Count seems that's leading. Now, I see a little bit of strategy here, and I know for a fact that Garkaklis is a quick individual. There's a dive bomb and a half up the inside of Rollis. And that was Fritz Sai from Talvar Racing, the 519, getting through. Fritz Sai has been a long time member of Team Estonia at the Rotax Grand Finals. But Nicolas Mazinas with son Mayus, always normally in the paddock. They've qualified quite a few times over the last few years for Team Lithuania. And also have to give a shout out to some good friends, the voices of the grand finals themselves, Henry Baudet, Kyle Lawrence and Jen Wade. Greetings from our side here in the Nordics. We know that at the minute, with regards to racing action that is happening in terms of the Rotax racing family, there is quite a lot going on with regards to the Rotax Max Challenge. And this weekend, along with us, you've got the RMC Czechia at the Steel Ring in Tlinech, the Western Canada final at Academy Tank Karting. Motorsport UK British Kart Championships at Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire. Rotax India at the Madras International Karting Arena in Chennai. Lidlsheim for RMC Germany round 4. Voyens hosting this weekend's round 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Denmark. Also, we've got Rotax Max Challenge Japan at the Festika Mizunami, the Gifu Prefecture in Japan. Killarney International Raceway in Cape Town. Rotax Max Challenge South America. And Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland will be competing this coming Monday at Septfontaine in France at Circuit de l'Enclos. I think also there's one of the qualifying rounds for the E10 category for this year's grand finals. E10 now is going to be a class on its own. First made its introduction back in 2023 as the E10 Kart Cup. I had the pleasure of being alongside Henry Baudet in the commentary box for. But Garkaklis now with the fastest lap of the race of 58.334. Ricards Kalseems still leading the way, but is 0.6 of a second up the road. Mazinas P3, Sai P4, Zelaitis P5. So we are getting closer and closer to half-time in this race. And there is the race leader for Birolak Baltics. Ricards Kalseems in the 5:09 out of the final corner. That gap was 0.6. How much has Garkaklis cut that down by? Not much, but went slightly quicker. 53.908. Kalseems, that was his best lap on lap 5. A 53.952. So the weather still very much nice and sunny here in Ropazi Municipality. And it's just east, well, south-southeast of Riga International Airport. It's about a 45-minute drive from there. As Pritsai trying to get his head down, the Estonian for Talvar Racing, trying to close that gap to Nicolas Mazinas. The last time around it was 0.7 of a second, and he's got that down significantly. 53.778 by Pritsai, so he is now getting his second burst of energy as we are past the halfway point of this race. So now it is the case of how much fire in the belly does Pritsai actually have? That's the big crucial question that we need answering. But Garkaklis trying to close that gap. It was 3.6 of a second. It's now 0.34. So at this juncture, Pritsai has closed on in, and he's just posted the fastest lap of the race. 53.599 by Raceway, and he's now swarming all over the back bumper of Nicolas Mazinas for P3. Can the Estonian make something magical happen here? Not quite yet, but he's teeing up the manoeuvre and through into the sweeping left hand and the nearly wheel to wheel. Raceway to the inside and inch perfect by the Estonian to get through for P3. Now Raceway is in clear hunting mode. He's got Garkaklis and Count Seams in front of him. So now it is going to be the case of how quickly can Raceway catch up to Garkaklis and Count Seams in front, because the gap is now 2.1 seconds. So Raceway has got to go on full push mode. Treats it like a qualifying session, but he's got to watch his rear bumper because Nicolas Mazinas is still with him, still in his wheel tracks. But the lead last time around was 0.3 of a second between P1 and P2, as we are very close to completing lap number 9. And across the line go our two leaders. Gap now 0.35. And Raceway 2.2 seconds adrift. I think it's mainly because of the fact he's having to do one of two things. Concentrate on his race pace, but also concentrate on the fact he has got a Lithuanian behind him in the form of Nicolas Mazinas. But on lap 7, Raceway still holds the fastest lap of the race. We're on lap 10. So after this, I think we'll be pretty much 2 to go. So we might actually end up with 3 laps to go. This is going to be down to the wire. 1 minute, 59 seconds. So 3 laps to go. It's going to be tight on time. New personal best by the top 2. Garkaklis with a 53.748. Count Seam 16 thousandths quicker. 53.732. As the drivers make their way to the triangle point at the top part of the circuit here at Raceway Baltic. Let's see if these drivers are a little bit quicker on this lap. We are literally closing in to 0 on the timer. Count Seams across the line, 5 seconds remaining, 2 laps to go. As Raceway now starting to pull away ever so slightly to the tune of half a second ahead of Nicolas Mazinas. But he is over 2.3 seconds behind Harold Garkaklis in the 503 kart. So it's going to be too little, too late for the man from Talval Racing. But Garkaklis closing in on Count Seams once again. The timer has already hit its expiry point, and now we will have 1 more lap to go. I know there might be teammates. I know that Count Seams is gunning for the RMC Nordic title this season, but a new personal best by Garkaklis as they see the final lap board. Garkaklis always very much one to conserve a bit of energy. Same like with Martinas Stankiewicz, who these days has been taking some interesting steps in his racing career. Of course, a man who last season was the DD2 Masters Grand Finals champion. but it is going to be a win for Ricard's Countings ahead of Harold Garkaklis. Pretsai rounds out your top three, ahead of Majos Mazinas. And then rounding out the top five on the field will be Jerusalaitis on the Birolart, Ivars Us, Martin Zorolis, Martin Silt. We're still waiting for Argo Tam in the 567, who is about 80% of the way through the lap. So there are your results. So for those wondering, the new date will be the 7th to the 14th of November, and that will be at the Autodromo, the Cartodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao, which has hosted the grand finals, just a stone's throw from the Autodromo, a circuit that I've had the opportunity of commentating at both tracks, and there's going to be over 430 plus drivers from 60 nations heading to the grand finals this year. Now, there is also something that's happened that, unfortunately, for those wanting to compete this year at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, there has been a bit of a date clash, because obviously the Super Nationals through SCUSA at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway has unfortunately caused a little bit of a clash. But nevertheless, but here we go. It's Heat 1, Heat 2 for the seniors, and 27 drivers set to go into battle. Tom Strela and Dovidas Gudlevicius will be on the front row, and all SM Racing front row. Rafael Zanask and Kimi Komalainen, row 2. Robin Shefmet and Elisa Stolchamane, row 3. Matas Balasius and Lorena Scaladovicius, row 4. Cairo Kivi and Marta Spike round out the top 10. Ilya Sheremetha, Martin Zvalts on row 6. Oliver Kerg and Carlis Kirikovs, row 7. Endrik Pietz and Ricards Kekulis, row 8. Marius Karsiaukas, Albert Ingo, Kate Robiseva, Christian Hiovain round out the top 20. Kajas Petkus, Thomas Karadovicius, Jonas Lietkauskas, Smirukoski, Sara Tabo, Adrian Tions and Rems Smits round out the 27 strong grid. 9 minutes plus an additional lap for this particular encounter. So when you think about it, at the end of the day, well, a lot of drivers will look to get themselves into the top 72 in the world when it comes to senior Rotax. But Tom Strela looking to expand his lead in the 359 for SM Racing, youngster based just outside of Murupe. And his mum and dad always there watching along. Mum normally away from the racetrack, but it's his father. It always is a very, very good personality. Oh, bit of an incident at the back end of the field, which prompts a false start and a little bit of a coming together. That is not how I envisaged Senior Heat 2, A versus C, to get underway. So a couple of dramas at the back end, a couple of karts intertwined at the wheels. So his mum and dad, Armand's and Evia and Armand's, had the opportunity to spend some time with them. We went to a wonderful restaurant just off of the riverside in Riga a couple of years ago before I headed on back to the United Kingdom. But it's going to be a restart, and when they see the slowboard, they've got to stop weaving. There's Elisa Stolchamani on the outside of road number 3. Good start by her. P3 in the opening final. But those in in Group A, led by Tom Streller, who's quickest overall in combined qualifying. The fastest in Group 2. Right, 3.72. Ricardis Kekoulis, one of the drivers that did not end up having the greatest of starts. But second time of asking here for heat. A versus C in the tram lines. Revs rise, flag drops. Streller gets the whole shot. Zenas trying to look to the inside of Goodlevicious into turn 1. Noah's Ark style all the way down the back of the field, and someone went rally crossing out of the outskirts of turn 1. So someone's going to drop a big amount of positions. I'll keep an eye on the live timing to find out who that was, but Tom Streller already starting to bolt away, and he's about 4 kart lengths ahead. I think, well, the most gained at the moment is going to be Kate Drobiseva, up 2 spots. And, well, at the minute, just waiting to see who is going to be the driver that ended up going off circuit, exit stage right. As the field now comes round to complete the opening lap. So, Tom Streller leads the way. Second is Dovidas Goodlevicious. Rafael Zenas, right, okay, there is one driver that is dropping, and that is Martin Valtz, I'm afraid. The 307 was the one that caught the rough end of the stick, clashed sidewalls with somebody else, and ended up off track and kicking up the dirt on the infield. And one of the biggest movers at the moment, well, several drivers up 6 spots. Kaius Petkus now up from 21st to 15th. Kate Drobiseva now up to 13th from 19th, and along with that, Anthony Peets for Talvar Racing in the 310 from Estonia, now up 6 places, started 15th, now runs 9th. And look at this amount of gaggling and fighting and squabbling over real estate. But Sela and Goodlevicious, the Latvian and Lithuanian teammates from SM Racing, are leading the way. Goodlevicious in the fastest lap of the race, 54.691. And it's Robin Shehmet for Talvar Racing ahead of countryman and teammate Rafael Zenas, nearly 3 wide, a little bit further back, and there was a Sony kart in the middle, and that would have been Elisa Stolchamani. So Kairo Kivi just behind the 303 on the RM Latvia run Sony kart, just in front Rafael Zenas, I believe. I think that could actually be Kairo Kivi in front of Elisa Stolchamani. And I think, yes, that is the case. So Kairo Kivi ahead of Elisa Stolchamani. Zenas is up the road behind teammate Shermet. And it's Matas Balcius in the Tony kart just behind the 303. He's dropped down to 6th position, which is exactly where she was put in terms of the overall qualifying side of things for this second heat. And this will be the last heat for the drivers in Group C. Group A will have to go against Group B in the final heat before we head to the super finals after the lunch break. Tom Streller still leading the way, 3/10 ahead of Dovidas Goodlevicious. As Elisa Stolchamani, nice move at the triangle part of the top part of the circuit. She gets through on Kairo Kivi for P5. Kivi to the inside, trying to get through the penultimate left-hander. Can't get the job done on the 303 for RM Latvia. So the drivers very much eyeballs on stalks at the moment, but our two leaders are starting to pull away. Now, looking at the roll of honour, a couple of drivers in the last couple of years or so, bearing in mind, last year was the last grand finals at Bahrain. DD2, the driver that was the highest, from what I'm looking at, was, I think, looking at it from this perspective, Maxim Shurko in DD2 was 8th. Martinas Stankovičius became the 2025 DD2 Grand Finals champion. In seniors, the highest placed driver that I can probably, Fernando Pemna was in there, and unfortunately ended up retiring early from that race. In juniors, Marius Mazidas. So 2 drivers from Lithuania taking 2 for their team. Jokubas Vaskelis last year in Bahrain was the highest place of the Baltic representatives for Lithuania, 13th. In micro, Emilis Kapkauskas P5. E20 Master, no representative from there. But then looking down the order in terms of the E20 seniors, some of the drivers not there. However, with this first final, the second heat, sorry, I'm jumbling my words. I need to stick my dentures back in, Yanis Karajuks. But Tom Strella leading the way. Dovydas Gudlevicius keeping with the points leader. As new fastest lap by the driver in P2. With 2.5 minutes to go, we go on to lap number 8. 53.249 by Dovydas Gudlevicius. 9 places gained by Adrians Tions. Tions on the scything his way up the field. Now up into P17 at the moment as things stand. So the last time the Baltics had a DD2 Grand Finals champion, that was back in 2023. Ragnar Virus. DD2 Masters before Martinas Stankovičius took it last year. Funny enough, it was at Portugal. Kristaps Gasparovic was the driver that did that. Thomas Stolchamanis won juniors back in 2021, and Nikita Lubimov won micro the very same season. Of course, 2020, no drivers went to the grand finals because it was cancelled, having been rescheduled not just once but twice. Axel Sarniala won in seniors in 2019. And then, with regards to it, it's only like in the last, I think probably just under a decade, where we have seen, Zimas Jurvirsis for Lithuania won in the USA in 2013. Yuri Vips, Estonia, 2014 in Spain. So, Yuri Vips ending up in single-seaters. But a big amount of drivers that have been part of the Wall of Fame at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. But this is going to be a bit of a fight here. Gudlevicius versus Strela for the race lead. And the Lithuanian now giving the Latvian a big old hurry up, saying, right, you want to win this? I'm going to have to give you a bit of a wake-up call, and that's exactly what Strela needs. A driver at the front end of the field does not want to be leading easily. And there goes Gudlevicius through at the triangle part of the top part of the circuit. Gets the job done there, but this is not over. Not by a long shot as far as Tom Strela is concerned, because we are going to be very tight on time. 4 seconds as they come out of the final corner. Last lap board. 1 lap to go, 1.34 kilometres. And Gudlevicius, with just 1 lap, now leads after the fact that Strella all the way through into turn 2 for the final time. Strella nearly finds the opportunity through the chicane at the mid part of the circuit, but this is probably going to bring in Robin Shehmet to the final dash towards the checkered flag. The triangle part of the circuit is where Good Vicious might have tried to make the move. What's Strella going to do here? Sweeps it wide, turns it in nice and tight to the apex. Now it's going to be the last 3 corners into the left-hander, now the right. And can Strella get the run, get the toe, get the hole shot out of the final corner? A and C, and Senior is going to be decided, and it's Dominus Goodlevicius that pips Tom Strella at the line, winning margin, 84 thousandths of a second. Robin Shehmet from Talvar Racing rounds out the top 3, a third and a fourth. Not a bad day in the office in the heats here for Elisa Spoljamani, with Rafael Zanos rounding out the top 5. Matas Balsius, Kairo Kivi, Edric Peets, Ilya Sheremetya and Marta Spike round out the top 10. Carlis Kirikovs rounds out 11th, ahead of Marius Karsiaukas, Oliver Kerg, Lorinus Kalanovicius, Adelins Tions up 11 spots, finishes 15th. Kate Drobiseva up 3, finishes 16th, ahead of Kimi Komalainen. Unfortunately dropped from 4th and finishes 17th, ahead of Albert Ingo Koos Petkus and Thomas Kalanovicius, who rounds out the top 20. All drivers finishing the race covered by 26.975 seconds, with Vance, Liatkauskas, Hirvoin, Smits, Koski, Tabo and Kekulis rounding out the finishing order. So we are approximately running about 10 minutes behind schedule, because very shortly we'll be getting underway with final 2 for Micromax here at Baltic, Raceway Baltic, for round 3 of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic and round 5 of Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. So with regards to the calendar for Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, the series will head to Jelgava next week, and then on the 18th and the 19th, Kandava, which hosted the opening round back on the 16th and 17th, of May this year and hosted a kind of a double header here in 2026. We'll conclude the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia path to Portimao, but we will be here back in 3 weeks' time for the final round of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. So, Stefano Gonzalez leads the field once again from pole position here in final 2. For Micromax, ahead of Timas Nimas, Jokubas Juozaitis and Hugo Kalbi round out row 2. Domas Norkus and Karims Kukultis, aka Lightning Kukultis. David round out row 3. David Vladson and Marco Klavins, Rodrigo Lapins and Rems Balos Nagradovs round out the top 10. So after this, 5 more races to go before we go to the official lunch break in Raceway Baltic before the Super Finals. And out of all the categories, 4 of the senior Rotax drivers will find that their race will end after Heat 3, Senior Rotax A versus B. So Group C in the senior division have now got a little bit of an agonising wait. But also in that time, they can debrief with their driver coaches, chat with their mechanics, see what they need in order to set up the karts. Whether it, there needs to be a little bit of a change on several things, such as the, how it turns in. If they want the, they've got to be very, very specific though with the adjustments that they need, and also so they do not circumvent any of the technical regulations. And of course, all Rotax Max Challenge events are governed by the official global technical regulations set by BALP Rotax GmbH, based out of Austria, not too far away from the capital city of Vienna. So the drivers now having to slow. Hopefully we will have a few more cleaner starts here at Raceway Baltic. Hopefully the Micromax drivers can help us with that for these next few races. So out of the final corner, Gonzalez and Rimas on the front row. Very neat and tidy here. So let's see, does the flag drop? Revs up, flag drops, we're green. First time of asking here for Micro Final 2. Gonzalez takes the lead. Juozaitis trying to get through for P2 at turn 1. Looks to have made the move stick. Rimas in third. Nagradov's already making a good start, but Rimas between a bit of a rock and a hard place as Juozaitis got through at turn 1. Hugo Kalbi is now, is sitting in fourth. Local time approaching midday here in Ropazi. But Gonzalez won the opening race of the weekend by nearly 5 seconds. Here comes Timas Rimas back through. But Juozaitis very wise to that. But now because they've started battling, Gonzalez can concentrate on moving out in front and getting away. Domas Norkus enters the fray in the 67. But after the opening lap, Stefano Gonzalez leads, and his lead after the opening lap, it's like Sebastian Vettel in his old Red Bull days, escaping the DRS zone. He's 1.1 seconds ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis. Timas Rimas drops to P3. Domas Norkus now ahead of Hugo Kalbi, and there was a bit of elbows out there. Looks like Kalbi got through on Norkus. Rimas up the inside of Juozaitis, gets through on the Lithuanian as Rimas gets through for P2, but Juozaitis back on the offensive again on the 55. And as they go through to the triangle part of the circuit, Rimas goes tight to the inside line. Juozaitis bumps over the curb with the left front wheel. There is kart 1 on the Virolot. Hugo Kalbi to the inside. Nearly makes wheel-to-wheel contact with the right rear, or the left rear of Jokubas Juozaitis with his left front, or right front I mean. Fastest lap at the moment by Stefano Gonzalez was 1 minute 0.756. And here goes Calby again, this time at turn 2 on Uwazaitis. Uwazaitis was very clever just to keep the kart on the racing line and hold station. Balos Nagarodov's now up to P8. Vladson down 2. Lapin's down to last. But Gonzalez again is pulling away as Uwazaitis to the inside of Rimas through at the triangle. This might allow Calby to get a run on the pair of them. And Rimas to the inside, drifts sideways on the parallel, nearly a little bit of a touch between right front and left rear. Between the 55 and the 16, Uwazaitis still holds on, but now becomes the cork in the bottle. And is starting to defend against the Timas Rimas. Lead gap now, 2.1 seconds. We've got just over 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. And at this point, it's anyone's guess because of the fact that Jokubas Uwazaitis has now become the cork in the conga line here. Rimas right on the rear bumper of the number 14. This is bringing back in Hugo Calby, Tomas Norkus, and now it's nearly 3 wide for P2, heading into turn 2. And Rimas is going to be hung out to dry here. Uwazaitis through, Calby through. Did Norkus get through is the big question. Yes, I think he did, yes. Tomas Norkus through. Lightning Kukultis, Karins Kukultis right behind him in the number 95 kart. And then follows Nagarodovs is right with them as well. And look at this, it's a free-for-all here in the playground. And Norkus through on Calby. Calby dives to the inside. That's a late dive from the driver from Finland in the number 1 Virulart. But Uwazaitis hangs on to P2. Calby up to 3rd now. Norkus and Rimas right on the back of the bumper of the Finn who gets through. And Hugo Calby up into P2. Tomas Norkus follows in the wheel tracks of the Finn. And now Uwazaitis, I think it's more to the point that you can see here, look at the gap. It's now 3.5 seconds. We've got this and probably one more lap to go. So Stefano Gonzalez leads Hugo Calby, Jokubas Uwazaitis, then it's Tomas Norkus, then Timas Rimas, Balos Nagradovs is now up there. As inspired move, Tomas Norkus to the outside of the latter part of the triangle. And look at this, everyone's getting their elbows out. Balos Nagradovs now up into 5th. So Karims Kukurtis now finds himself down in 6th position. Make that 7th actually. But Gonzalez has a lead of over 3.8 seconds. And it's just put in the fastest lap of the race. You can see there's a little bit of, there's more than an amount of Mojo sidewall rubber on the left side pod of Jokubas Uwazaitis' kart. Has been scuffed up well and truly. Can't even make out the number on the left-hand side. But the over-under happens. Lightning Kukultis gets through. That's for P5. There might even be for P6. Nevertheless, we're on the last lap of the race. And Stefano Gonzalez is 75% of the way through the final lap. So it will be 2 wins in a row. And that's going to put Stefano Gonzalez on pole position for the super final. Calby, P2, best result for the Finns so far this weekend. Drag race to the line, and by 54 thousandths of a second, Rotax Nordic edges out the 55 of Timas Rimas. Rems Baltic Nagradovs gets to 5th by the end of the race. Great job by the RM Latvia driver in the 21 Energy Corsa chassis. Jokubas Juozaitis tumbles down to 6th ahead of Karim Kukutis, with Marko Klavins, David Vladson and Rodrigo Lapins rounding out the field. All of them coming across the line covered by 8.4 seconds. And Gonzalez with the fastest lap of the race. Borod Nagradovs getting the best amount of positions gained. Jokubas Juozaitis losing 3. The highlights for final 2 for Micro, as coming up next we've got Minimax out for their second final of the weekend. Okay, time for the grid for Mini Final 2. Carlos Bounsons leads from pole position ahead of Ivo Os with Remigius Kriaus Jonas and Martins Lapins rounding out row 2. Martin Sama and Ilis Mankunen round out row 3 ahead of Thalas Simnikas and Emilis Kapkauskas. Henry Schlapse and Mikkeles Suber round out the top 10 with Karl Korkekohi Racing Academy in the 127 from Finland, bringing up the rear of the 11-strong grid here at Raceway Baltic, originally known as 333 a few years ago. But what a track it is, and as you have seen already, folks, we have had plenty of fantastic racing. Of course, for the first set of races, first 6, now this is race 9 of the meeting. Total of 19 races altogether, including super finals. So the field now makes its way to the triangle at the top part of the circuit here at Raceway Baltic, 1.34 kilometres in length. And that's where the biggest elevation changes, around about from the bottom to the top part of the circuit, a total of nearly 2.5 metres of elevation, which is around about 4 feet and a bit in metric. So rather than using the left-right-left complex, this is the area where the rolling start begins to take shape. So I don't seem to see Martins Lapins on the grid for this one, possibly, but revs up, green flag drops, and it's a first-time start for the Mini Final 2. As Carlos Bounsons leads the field through 1, through this slight right-hander towards turn 2. And Remigius Kriaus Jonas there in the mix. Martin Sama trying to get his elbows out in the number 115. Looks to have moved up to P4 as they head into the far part of the circuit for the opening time. 7 minutes plus an additional lap of competition. Some drivers going side by side, some trying to get the overtake through into the top part of the circuit. Carlos Bounson's holding on to that race lead. Little bit of a move and a bit from Emilis Kapkauskas, who I think might have just gotten through on Elis Mankkonen on the Tony kart. So after the opening lap, Carlos Bounsons and Remigijus Kriausiunas at the minute are leading the way. Tauras Simnikas, oh well, Ivo Os, the young Latvian in the 163, has tumbled all the way down to 9th position. Karl Kurkihui, the Racing Academy, on the 127 Sodi kart from Finland, now up one space. Biggest mover at the moment is Tauras Simnikas, up to P3 from 7th at the start. Sarma gets swamped. And I think that was Kurkihui on the Sodi kart for Racing Academy, the only Sodi kart on the grid in this field. Change for position a little bit further back. Benetons leads Kriausiunas. So 2 minutes down, 2 laps completed, 5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. And Kriausiunas, new fastest lap of the race, 58.167. Ivo Os unfortunately has lost 7 places, started from the outside of the front row and has dropped all the way down to 9th. Suve and Kurkihui are the only drivers that have made up more than 2 places. They made up 3 apiece, now run 7th and 8th respectively. It's a little bit further back. There's the 141 of Emilis Kapkauskas trying to close on in to Elis Mankkonen on the Tony kart. And that's a dive to the inside by Kapkauskas on the MG Motorsport Falcon entry. That's a change for position. Up to P5 goes the Lithuanian, but at the moment, well, Carlos Bounsons has responded with the fastest lap of his own, 58.063. Personal best from Kapkauskas, Mankkonen and Suber, running anywhere between a mid 58.5 to a low 58.8. But the top 2 have broken away significantly, and they are lapping at least Simnikas running with the team, the Lithuanian Birolot squad run by Martinas Stankovičius, who's also the organiser of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, presented by karting.com. They recently had a had an event at Šiauliai in Lithuania, about 2.5 hours drive, mainly by motorway from the capital city of Lithuania, Vilnius. Kriausiunas, though, is the first driver to dip underneath 58 seconds, 57.993. Carlos Bounsons is going to have to make the back end of that 136 RM Latvia Energy Corsa chassis wider than an articulated lorry on a Friday night down the local motorway. But Kriausiunas has decided, right, with 2.5 minutes to go, I am not waiting around to make my move. I do not want to be staring at the back of Carlos Bounsons' race helmet any longer. And the 2 leaders line astern into turn 1. Bounsons takes the title line in the 136. But Bounsons is trying to do everything in his power to get through on Kriausiunas. So bearing in mind the gap between them last time across the stripe was less than a tenth, by 1/100th of a second. Ivo Os on a bit of a recovery drive now. The 163 from SM Racing just getting through on the 127 from Racing Academy. Karl Korkekohi from Finland. So we're about to complete lap 6. So it's going to be 3 more laps to go. Tauras Imnikas being reeled in by Emilis Kapkauskas, who last time around was over 0.3 of a second quicker. The gap was a 1/10.5. That's how much it was truncated by. So Kapkauskas might have an opportunity in the last minute plus an additional lap. There's 3 laps to go. Kapkauskas will be looking for signs from his mechanic to try and get through. But could it be too little too late? Carlis Bernsson's losing time to Remigijus Kliausiunas, who have given the NSL racing team have given this young driver on the Gillard chassis an absolute rocket ship. So coming up to 2 laps to go, 2.68 kilometres of racing, call it 2.7. And Kliausiunas still holding on to that race lead and has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's opened up the gap, 2.34 of a second. Keep it on the black stuff here. Timer has expired. This and 1 more lap to go. Nice and neat and tidy by the Lithuanian and the Latvian. Imnikas holding on to P3 at the moment, but it is going to be last lap board out this time. Remigijus Kliausiunas will lead us on to the final 1.34 kilometres in this race. And the gap now is 0.3 of a second. Meantime, Carlis Bernssons, to see the fastest for the final lap board, has just posted the fastest lap of the race, 57.717, as a dive and a half attempt there. That was by the 1-2-1 of Miklas Juba trying to get through on Martin's lap-ins, but to no avail. Tauras Imnikas holding on to P3 at the minute, but is being bullied a little bit by MG Motorsports driver on the Falcon chassis, Emilis Kapkauskas. Figuratively, not literally speaking, folks, but he's trying to see if he can find a way past. But final lap about to be completed. Remigijus Kliausiunas will power out of the final corner, and the 1-1 or the 199 from NSL Racing is going to win final 2. Not by much. It was a run to the line, the winning margin 2.5 tenths, and I'm sure that Tauras Imnikas will be very happy, taking third ahead of MG Motorsports, Emilis Kapkauskas, Martins Lapins, Miklas Juba, Elis Mankkonen, Ivo Os, and Karl Korkekohi round out the top 10. Henrich Labse and Martin Sarma do finish, but all the way down in 10th and 11th, the entire field covered by 10.4 seconds. Carlis Bernsson's fastest lap of the race, Ivo Os with the most places lost, 6, and Tauras Imnikas made it up 4 spots from 7th to round out P3. Here's the replay highlights for final 2 for Mini, and up next it's the second final for DD2. For 10 minutes, plus an additional lap. So the green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid, and it's time to take you through the starting order for final 2 for DD2. Axel Sarniala will start on pole position, winner of the first final earlier on today. Roman Rodionov's alongside on the front row, finished P3. And just behind them, Ragnar Virus, who finished second, will line up on the inside of row number 2 with Edgars Vilkans on the Sony kart alongside. AGS Racing Team's Jolkasper Jopero will be joined by Noyus Jadalaitis from Lithuania. Rikas Kalsteams and Tonis Johannes Dominguez ran at row 4. Johan Vane and Devin Scardi complete at all Estonian row 5 and thereby complete the top 10. Paul Ekevetlem and Aras Jankovicius rounds out the 6th and final row. 12 drivers ready to compete over what is race number 11 of the meeting. 19. Sorry, race 10 out of 19. Race 11 is coming up next as we go on to the official formation lap drivers trying to get some warmth into those Mojo D5 CIK dry weather tyres. Of course, Mojo, the official tyre partner of the Rotax Max Challenge across the globe, and also with that is the official Grand Finals tyre partner. Now, I haven't heard a peep from anybody in the chat here on the Rotax Latvia YouTube channel, and I know that there are over 130 of people out there watching. So why not give your favourite driver a shout out in the chat? I'll make sure you guys and girls watching there are also going to get a shout out as well, as we're set ready for final number 2. Can Axel Sarniala once again take the victory? If Ragnar Virus fits into the win, it goes down to basically the qualifying result, and if that was the case, that Sarniala does not win final 2, finishes second behind Ragnar Virus, Sarniala will be on pole for the super final as we are revs up. Green flag drops first time of asking, and once again you see that Roman Rodionov ends up getting edged out by Ragnar Virus. This time drivers make their way through into turn 2. Rodionov's trying to get put the brightness on Ragnar Virus as they go through the chicane at the mid part of the circuit. And Virus starts defending early because he knows now that Sarniala has bolted away early doors in the Kiwi Racing Team Tony kart, number 432. Virus last time around, well, he's going to have to watch himself here because up the inside, that is a change for P2. And it was the 429 Kasper Joipera that got through, and he wasn't the only one because Edgars Vilkans got through at the same time. And Roman Rodionov's slots but in behind the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals DD2 champion. So Virus now in P4. Joipera now up into second. Now, can he make a dent in the advantage, or is he going to have to bring everyone in the conga line behind him? That's 6 drivers in a row, all the way down from Joipera, Vilkans, Virus, Rodionov, Jadalaitis and Dominguez. They were covered by 0.8 of a second, but Axel Sarniala, after the opening lap, was 1.4 up the road. And that lead is starting to expand here. 1.4 after the opening lap, nearly 1.9, 1.8 seconds after lap 2. Axel Sarniala signalling his intent to points leader Ragnar Virus, as if to say, right, you want to fight for the DD2 ticket for the Grand Finals? I might be that man that might pick you on this one. But of course, there is still the final round of Rotax Nordic, and that's going to be here in 3 weeks on the 29th of August. But look at this, Axel Sarniala on qualifying style cruise control at the minute. He's 2 seconds up the road. Another new fastest lap by the Kiwi Racing team driver, 53.661 by Sarniala. Ropazi, Vilkans, Virus, that is your top 4 at the moment. Rodionov's P5. But there is someone slowing. Oh dear, who was that? 4:05. Tumingas from the Jogistu Karting Club. Unfortunately, ends up tumbling to the back end of the field. Just wondering what happened. Though he lost the back end. Oh, and he had more than a half spin. He nearly went 180 and came out in front. I think possibly of Paska Racing Zaras Jankevicius in the 4:27, so both of them had a bit of a code brown in their own respective right, so something puckered up there. Luckily enough, Jankevicius was of the presence of mind just to go, okay, right, I need to get out of this. Virus starting to get his elbows out, he's going wheel to wheel, and he's got his way through. Good move there by Virus. And that would have been more than likely at 456, sorry, Rodionovs. Jarolaitis. So these drivers are really starting to get their elbows out. It is a case of getting these points. And looking at Axel Sarniala, his average speed at the moment is about 90 kilometers an hour, which is pretty quick. That's getting about 50, just over 50 miles an hour there from the fin. His best lap so far on lap 4, 53.439. So 4 minutes and 36 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. So hopefully some drivers like Lenknitio Linya's Norichelolitis might be able to get up the order. Currently 8 tenths behind MRG Racing's Romans Rodionovs. But Axel Sarniala now 3.3 seconds up the road. Rodionovs at the moment has lost the most positions over the course of the race distance, which is 3. And Sarniala now sets another fastest lap on lap 6. Got just under 4 minutes of this race left to go. Race 10 out of 19 for the meeting. Devin Sigardi starting to come back a little bit. He's now up to P8. And started 10th. Meantime, Vilkans P2, Ropazi, Virus, Rodionovs, Jarolaitis, Johan Vane and Devin Sigardi. Rounding out the top 8, Devin Sigardi, one of the nicest people you can meet in the paddock, but when he's on form, yeah, might want to keep out of his way, but at the moment, not the greatest run for the Estonian on the LN chassis. But Sarniala, very, very comfortable indeed on the 432 Kiwi Racing Team Tony kart. And he looks to be expanding that lead as things stand. So we have 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Up next will be our junior final number 2. Was scheduled to take place at 12:25, but we are running a little bit behind schedule. And well, it looks like Tonis Johannes Dominguez has unfortunately retired from the race on lap 4. Pulled the car into pit lane. And again, Axel Sarniala is treating this like a glorified qualifying session. Vilkans up from 4th, now P2. He crosses the line, 3.65 seconds behind Axel Sarniala. Neupera, Vieras, Rodinov still hold on to the remaining positions in the top 5. And well, on lap 8, Axel Sarniala's fastest lap, 53.015 for the 4.32. The ticket is counting down, 1 minute and 30 to go, plus an additional lap. I would imagine once we cross the strike when Axel Sarniala does so, he's about 70% of the way through lap number 10. So he could very much be on the cusp. Maybe of 3 more laps to go. And it will be the case because he crosses the line with 64 seconds to go on the timer. 53.194. And expands the lead to around about 3.8 seconds between himself and Egars Vilkans on the Sony kart number 467. AGS Racing Team's Jolkas Vojopera on the 429 Kart Republic entry rounds out your top 3 with Kartletics' Ragnar Veres in the 441. Tony Kart rounding out your top 4 in MRG Racing's Gillard entry of the 456. Roman Zrodinov holds on at the minute to that top 5 and has a 2.1 second window over Nojas Žaralaitis from Lithuania. But it's going to be 2 more laps to go. We're on to lap 11 out of 13. The timer has now expired. And Axel Sarniala has cleared off into the distance. That's exactly what he needed. It's going to be 2 wins from 2. That's going to put the Finn on pole position for the super final, and that's due to take place at 14:31. Bearing in mind we are a little bit behind schedule here at Ropazi Novas. But last lap underway, lap 13. Unlucky for some, lucky for others, and that has been the case for Axel Sarniala, who's now making his way out of turn 2. The gaps between Vilkans, Vojopera and Vieras, around about 3 and a bit tenths of a second between each of the drivers. A further 0.5 back to Rodinov for MRG Racing. But, well, Axel Sarniala had a bit of a test from the likes of Ragnar Veres and Roman Rodinovs in race 1. It is going to be the fact that Sarniala is going to take 2 in a row, and that is going to put the Flying Finn from the Kiwi Racing Team on pole position for the super final later on. Sarniala wins by a country mile and a half. Egars Vilkans P2, 4.2 seconds adrift ahead of Jolkas Vojopera in P3. Ragnar Veres outside of the top 3 on this particular occasion in the 441 with Roman Rodinovs rounding out the top 5. Nojas Žaralaitis, Johan Vane, Devin Sagadi, Richard Skalsims, Aras Jankovicius and Paul Eke Betlem come across the line to complete the race distance, and unfortunately on lap 4 Yogisu Kardiklobis Tonis Johannes Dominguez retires from the race. Sarniala with the fastest lap, Rodinovs with the most positions lost, 3 of, and Vilkans up 2 spots. Biggest gainer finishing P2 behind Axel Sarniala. So 3 more races to go before the lunch break, and we turn our attention to the grid for final 2 for Junior Rotax's starting order. Marius Messina starts from pole, Marcus Jauk alongside with Nikita Lubimov and Patrikas Jokius on row number 2. Joris Sigimanta Stankiewicz and Adam Six rounds out the top 3 rows. Jack Collinson, Mikkel Grantins, Keita Spike and Jokubas Vaskelis round out your top 10. Niklas Pasi, Martin Streber, Max Kononovs, Henry Kadastik, Klaus Hans, Gustav Snarveis, Janet Saloranta, Emilis Juozaitis, Timi Laukkanen and Oskaras Pikovas will complete the top 20 on the grid. 4 drivers to conclude the 24-strong grid. Juris Bluxner in the 234 starts 21st, head of the 202 of Lithuania's Oskar Navulchik. Timur Gajev in the 225 and Lukas Virbikas in the 223 brings up the rear of the field. And another 9 minute plus an additional lap race still to go. We've got DD2 Masters Final 2 and the last heat, Groups A versus B for the Senior Max Division. So now it is time for these drivers to find out who will be on the top step when it comes to pole position. Marcus Jauk won the opening final. Who is going to take the top honours in this race here? It's going to be a tough one to call, but we have lots of people by the railings as the drivers make their way through the shortcut that will bring us on to the start-finish rate out of the final corner. Time to get the revs up here at Raceway Baltic. Revs up. Green flag will drop. We are underway. Clean start as Marcus Jauk has got Nikita Lubimov to try and do the old Slim Shady round the outside at turn number 1. The Estonian unable to make the manoeuvre on his countryman, but Marcus Jauk goes defensive into turn 2. And there's been an incident at the back end of the field, which does include the 202 of Navonchik on the Tony Cup. But it's going to be a case someone's robustly trying to go round the outside. Might have been Adam Six in the Tony Cup for RM Latvia. But Marcus Jauk is being hustled along by countryman and former Micromax Grand Finals champion Nikita Lubimov. Patrikas Jokius is there. Oh, someone's got a bumper that is completely non-compliant. That is pushed in, and the front part of the bumper is actually hitting the tarmac. That was cut 256, Adam Six. I think he's going to have to bring that into the pits because that could bring out a mechanical black flag for that driver. Lubimov on the coattails of Marcus Jauk, swings to the outside on the approach into turn 1. Patrikas Jokius, oh, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, and Lubimov by the skin of his race suit just got through. Jack Collinson now comes into the fray, and he has got through to 3rd position, but Nikita Lubimov with an audacious millimetre short move through at turn 1 on Marcus Jauk now leads the race. Keita Spike is all the way up from 9th place, and Keita now is currently P5 behind Jack Collinson. We've got a race on our hands here at Raceway Baltic. Lubimov, Jokius, Collinson, Spike, there's the 233 of Norway's Mikkel Grantins, followed by Jokubas Vaskelis. And now the elbows are quite clearly out. Change for 2nd. Jack Collinson now through for P2 on Patrikas Jokius. And I think, someone's gone wide. Very, very wide indeed. That might have been one of the, it might have been Max Kononovs possibly for SM Racing. And look at this. They are squabbling for real estate. Most positions gained, 8 places. Started P20. Oh, slippery surface flag out by the triangle. So is that for potential fluid dropped on the circuit? If that's water, that is going to be the reason why there is slippery surface. Of course, water only allowed to cool these Rotax Max Evo engines. No coolant allowed, I'm afraid. But, well, in the meantime, Nikita Lyubimov and Jack Collinson, Estonia versus Latvia at the front end of the field. And Collinson is on an absolute tear at the minute. Faster that the race is going to dive to the inside here at turn 2. And Collinson leads. Collinson leads here on lap number 4. Great move up on the inside of turn 2. Past Talvar Racing's Nikita Lyubimov. Marcus Jout is keeping them honest. He is still sticking with them. Joris Sigimantas Stankovic for MG Motorsport on the Falcon chassis is quite a way behind. He's about 0.8 of a second off. But great move there by Jack Collinson to get through on Nikita Lyubimov. Marcus Jout is still holding on to the coattails of his countryman in front of him. So the SM Racing number 288 could have a say in proceedings. 5 minutes, 10 seconds plus an additional lap. New race leader after lap 4. It is Jack Collinson in the 291. His last lap around was a 55.963, but Marcus Jout has just responded with the fastest overall lap of the race on lap number 4. 55.912. Closing in, reeling in Lyubimov, and will look for that opportunity to make a maneuver when it has the opportunity to present itself, let's say. And drivers of this age, they put so much pressure on their own shoulders to perform. But when you consider the fact that these drivers are still developing their racecraft, as there we go, Marcus Jout now through on Nikita Lyubimov. But Jack Collinson has got to start motoring on. Got to get that whack behind him as they come down the start-finish straight. Wonderful drone shot by our camera crew here at No Limits, as it goes all the way across the stripe and down into the final corner. But Jack Collinson now has a lead of nearly 0.6 of a second over Marcus Jout, Nikita Lyubimov. Nicolas Pasi now up in, oh well, the Finn from Talvar Racing has moved up 7 places, now runs P4 ahead of Mayas Mazinas, Joris Digimantas, Stankovic, Patrikos Jokius and Jokubas Vaskelis round out the top 8. Mikkel Grantins and Keita Spike. Keita related to Marta. Keita being the Latvian equivalent of Kate in the United Kingdom, for those wondering. Based off of Katina, if you will. But Keita Spike doing a very good job here in the juniors, very much like Marta did a few years ago. Marta now running in seniors. One of 3 female drivers in that category, along with Kate Dobiseva and also Elisa Solchamani. Overtakes happening into turn 1. Shot yet again. 3 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. A long way to go and a short time to get there here, folks. But Jack Collinson looking to punch his ticket towards the top 2 rows on the starting grid for the upcoming super final, due to take place at just before 10 to 3 local time. 12 minutes plus an additional lap for them. A little bit further back, Joris Digimantas Stankovic is trying to close in on Patrikos Jokius for GS Racing Club at 2:51. That is for 6th position. Mayas Mazinas now with the fastest lap of the race. And that was with the 55.043. Fastest lap of the race now going to Nicolas Pasi. 54.742. Oskaras Pitkovas has gained another position. And it's not that far behind. 4/10 off of Martin Streba for MRG Racing on the Lando Norris chassis in P10 and the 273. Jack Collinson, however, holding on to the race lead at the moment. It's going to be a tough one for the 291 from MRG Racing, but we are on lap 8. And we're nearly 50%, we're over 60% of the way through this lap. And Lyubimov out of the top 3 was the quickest. Niklas Passi for Talbot Racing from Finland in the 2.93 was the quickest out of the top 4 and also of the field. Lap 8 completed, 3 to go including this one, and Collinson holding on slightly quicker, responding to Marcus Jout, and is 7/10 quicker, or 7/100ths quicker than the 2.88 from Estonia. Lubimov might be feeling a little bit of disappointment. I wouldn't say frustration necessarily, but he has got teammate Niklas Passi right behind as they go to the top part of the circuit. Jack Collinson doing a stellar job in the 2.91. That bold manoeuvre up the inside of Nikita Lubimov through at turn 2 a few laps ago, and has controlled the pace. So 2.68 kilometres remain here in this second final before everything, when the results get confirmed, decide the grid for the super final later on this afternoon. Through into turn 1, switch to the right-hander, and then you can see they take the left-hand side very quickly coming out of the corner, some using the exit curve runoff. But Collinson, you would consider the fact that he has got this race in the bag, and a very mature drive from the young shoulders, or the young head on wise shoulders in the 2.91 from MRG Racing. But still, you look at the competitive nature and who we have got as part of the junior Rotax division here in Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. So timer has expired, 1 more lap to go, and Jack Collinson pushes the pedal to the metal out of the final turn. 1.3 kilometres left to go. Lap 11 underway, and the lead now 0.73 of a second. Collinson, this is his race to lose, and with the way that he is piloting the 2.91 MRG Racing entry around this circuit, it's a case of the woulda, coulda, shoulda situation in final number 1. But final 2 looks like the pendulum of Lady Luck has swung his way. Janet Salavanta now through on Gustav Narvaez for 16th position. Max Kononovs completes the top 15, but look at this run here by Nikita Lubimov, and Marcus Jout has got to be worried. Lubimov to the outside. Collinson, this is going to guarantee him the victory as the 2.91 from MRG Racing out of the final corner. It's the win in final 2. Jack Collinson takes the spoils of victory ahead of race 1 winner Marcus Jout with Nikita Lubimov completing your top 3. Magnus Masinas and Niklas Passi round out the top 5 ahead of Joris Gimantas Stankevicius, Patrikos Jokius, Mikkel Grantins, Jokubas Vasquez and Martin Streber round out your top 10. Oskar Pikovas, the biggest mover of the race, up 9 spots, finishes 11th ahead of Keita Spike, Klaus Hans, Timi Laukkonen and Max Kononovs, who rounds out the top 15. Jaret Salavanta, Gustav Narvaez, Jonas Pluxner, Henry Kadastik, Adam Six rounds out the top 20 with Timur Gajev, Oskar Navumchik, Lukas Virbikas and Emilis Uazaitis unfortunately retiring on lap number 6. Jack Collinson victorious, and it puts him 1 win to him and 1 win to Marcus Jout, but Jout will more than likely be on pole for the super final later on. Well, I was kind of hoping that sunshine was going to stay. Don't blame me, folks. I'm not there in person. I'm commentating remotely from my office here in the UK. So outside of my window, I'm going to make you all jealous now. It's a little bit on the sunny side of things. But what does this mean? We have a delay in progress. So Mojo W5s will more than likely be put on. So it looks like there's going to be a lot of activity for Senior Heat 3, A versus B. And the rain has hit here at Raceway Baltic. Could be a bit Baltic in the air if the temperature drops any further. So all I can say is that this now sets a little bit of a precedent for the racing action all the way through later on today. It is not going to be an easy one for us here at Raceway Baltic, because everyone now runs and ducks for cover, as you can see on the left hand side just by the ambulance. And that rain is coming in rather quickly. That is a little bit on the worrisome side, I have to admit. Oh, that's come in. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That has come in so quickly, it has literally flooded the circuit. And a big shout out to everyone involved that is behind the scenes that are braving these conditions. It is not proving to be a very conducive situation, let's say, for our drivers. So at the moment we are under a significant delay, because look at that. That is the track here at Raceway Baltic has just become a river. That is all I'm going to say, really. So your guess is as good as mine, folks, on how long this might delay us by, because everyone in their carts has now ended up getting away from them. And rain was due to hit at about 3 o'clock. The gusts have actually picked up to around about 14 miles an hour. And a big thank you to the marshals, the men and women in orange, that help us out every single time that we go racing. And without them, there would be no racing possible. So obviously it is down to race control as to what is race control and race direction, as to if they're going to put them out in this is going to be like driving on an ice rink. Let's be completely truthful. Yeah, that is a river on the start-finish straight, and it's right, okay, so the wind is actually sweeping across the circuit. You can see by the way that the rainfall is happening, the wind is blowing it across, and the wind is actually to the west, effectively, anywhere up to 15 miles an hour, which is 30 kph. So they have had to delay this race mainly because of the fact that the karts are now going to have all of them. And if anyone is crazy enough to put on D5 CIKs in this weather, what have you been eating? Have you been having something that's not been helping, let's say, or put your mind in a different place? And I'm not going to expand on that any further because that would be a wrong thing to do here on a broadcast. But when you consider in the first race earlier on today, Rickard's Kalseems took the win ahead of Baltic's teammate and one of the main men behind it, Harold Garakaklis, with a 1-2 for the team. Pritsai, despite having dropped down the order behind the likes of Mikolas Mazinas, he managed to get up to P3 by the end of the race with the 577 from Pilanai Racing on the Birrell. I still remember the days when Mikolas Mazinas was running on a Praga back in the day, 2 to 3 years ago. But the rain is still coming down. The severity probably just as much as it was just a few moments ago, but the wind has died down significantly. So it is, to a point, slightly pushing it over the circuit, as you can see by the camera positioned on the start-finish straight. So obviously with this delay in mind, whether this does change the remainder of the timetable, because the Super Finals were due to get underway at 2 PM local time, which is in round about an hour. We're due to conclude more than likely at around about 1:10 this afternoon local time. So at the minute we are actually coming up to 1 o'clock local. So just awaiting for confirmation if the afternoon's timetable will be slightly delayed due to the weather significantly shifting to what we see now. But thank you for everyone that has stuck with us so far here. For round 5 of Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and round 3 of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. There's a lot of standing water on the circuit here. That is going to be so tricky. Front bumpers providing bow waves, I think, is going to be the terminology here. But a little bit of laughter shared by the two marshals on your screens right now. Have to look at the funny side of any kind of situation, even if it's going to be something like this. So a lot of running around in the dummy grid. And some of the carts now being put on the tarmac off of the trolleys. So now we switch from the Mojo D5 CIKs to the Mojo W5 CIKs, the wet weather tyres. And obviously now with the rain having come in as it has done now. The rain seems to be subsiding in terms of intensity, so that's going to be a good thing. But also the fact that these Mojo W5s, it's going to have to clear a significant amount of standing water. And also with this comes the real racecraft in karting. Of course, everyone likes a little bit of unpredictability, myself included here in the commentary box. But it's more to the point of who can make it work. Now, if you want to go and do a Jensen Button in this impersonation in these conditions, be my guest, but it's not the 2011 Canadian Grand Prix. That's all I'm saying. I think, as we would say here in the United Kingdom, great weather for ducks. Well, having been under significant delay, we're going to get going here as the DD2 Masters field makes its way out of the dummy grid, having switched to the Mojo W5 CIK wet weather tyres. So, Harold Garkaklis starts from pole position, Fitzai alongside on the front row. Rikards Kalnstein's final one winner will line up alongside fellow Latvian Jurisalaitis, Miklas Mazinas and Ivars Us. Ran out the next row ahead of Martin Sroris, Martin Sild and Argo Tam, rounding out the 9-strong grid. Good to see the brushes were coming out at one of the corners. I think that might have been turn 2. The marshal that was using the broom to push the standing water over the sausage curb. It looked like it was, well, water does find a way to get back onto tarmac, doesn't it? And that puddle looked like it was coming back onto the circuit anyway. So visibility is going to be at a premium. If you are at the sharp end of the field, you are going to have the advantage because you're not going to have a big face full of spray from the rooster tail from the cart in front of you, smacking you at what, probably the best part of Pritzai has just found the steeplechase puddle. It's official. Oh dear. That is not what you want in these conditions, because if that goes straight into the radiator, well, any water, it can permeate its way through anything. As the late Bruce Lee once said, you put water on a rock, it will penetrate the hardest granite. Be like water, my friend, when it came to his martial arts teachings when he created the legendary martial art known as Jeet Kune Do, the way of the intercepting fist. But yeah, we have got an official 3,000 metre steeplechase puddle here at Raceway Baltic, and the first person to dive his way through it, bow waves and all over the front bumper and the Nassau panel. Well played, Prit Sai. And that is actually coming out of the triangle part of the circuit as well, so that's even worse. Now, who was that gesturing everyone past? That was Kart 517, Martins Rolles. Right. Wet weather brings a different dynamic to Rotax Max Challenge Latvia round 5 and Rotax Max Challenge Nordic round 3 here at Ropazi. Oh, well, it looks like the two from Baltics accidentally did not go through the runoff area. But they've slowed the field down. Well played by Gargaklis. Right, they're at a slow crawl. Let's see what's going to happen here in the wet at Ropazi. Green flag drops, and straight away Gargaklis to the outside, counting to the inside line here at turn 1. Mazidas might try and find his way through, and he does. Oh, and a little bit of a big old bump from behind. Not too sure if that was Kalseems or Gargaklis that got punted from behind. As rotation, and that is going to be the 519 Prit Sai for Talvar Racing. A 180 spin, and that has put him all the way down back at the tail end of the field. Meantime, Nicolas Mazidas has run away. And it's 2x2 Noah's Ark style. Oh, steeplechase puddle found there. And this is going to be a bit of a voyage into the unknown, because all that rubber that has been laid down has now become very slippery. And just seeing here, look at this. Oh dear. Oh, Nicolas Mazidas has lost the lead. He went through the puddle. Oh dear, and that compromises vision, saturated the car. Well, they're going to have to grin and bear it, I'm afraid, because Gargaklis leads the way. Ivaz Us now up 4 spots into P2, quickly passed by Mazidas, but Ivaz Us on the counter-offensive through out of turn 1. Mazidas bumps over the curving, through into 2. Mazidas dives to the inside, he's going to try and get 2 for the price of 1, and he launches over the front of Rickard's Kalseems. Oh, he clatters into the leader. And Nicolas Mazidas makes a complete pig's ear of that manoeuvre into turn 2. And that now means that Ivar Azors leads the way. I'm wondering who's in P2. It might be Martins Rolles. Prit Sai is trying to make his way back up the order. It looks like he's got a real quick handle of it. 3 wide into the triangle. To the outside is Martin Silt. To the inside was the 567 of Argo Tam. That's all. That is not what you want to find there. Judicalitis, 511 for the Birolot entry. But at the moment, Rickard's Kalseems is not leading now. Kalseems, after that incident with Mazidas, is now finding himself down in P8. So Ivazos, fastest driver out there, with 7.25 minutes to go. This has really turned the race weekend up on its head at just after the halfway point. And folks, we've still got a senior final heat of the day. Heat A versus B, that's Heat 3 coming up after this one. Well, Prit Sai tumbles to the back of the field. He's now back up to P3. Gargaklis P4. Argo Tam 5th. As Martin Rollis battling away with Martin Silt in the number 518. Oh, steeplechase puddle found again. Out of the penultimate left-hander. Ivaros now. Last time round was 2.1 seconds up the road. Let's see what the gap is between him and Munipalicity. Well, it's got a Karakaklis now up into P2. 3.3 seconds is the advantage. And look at that standing water puddle at T1. They're all trying to avoid it like the plague. For these next 5 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap, it's going to feel like an absolute eternity, because now Pritsai is leading the way because Ivaros has lost a big amount of real estate. He's dropped all the way down to P5. Karakaklis versus Zalaitis. Zalaitis up the inside. Nice manoeuvre there by the 511. Watch the standing water puddle on the exit. Karakaklis just steamrolls right through it and to the outside into the penultimate left-hander. Karakaklis trying to find the grip. They both avoid the standing water puddle. And Mazinas is now battling away. He's got through on Ricard's Calm seams, I believe. As Pritsai leads the way. He's up the road by 4.8 seconds. Pritsai revels in the wet. Oh, Nicolas Mazinas through on... Martin still got mugged, because Mazinas knew there was enough room to make the manoeuvre without going through the standing water puddle and saturating himself. You can see the back end on these karts getting very, very sideways. So here it's about brake and throttle manipulation, along with making sure you're in the right gear. So for me, I would probably be more than likely, okay, short shift from first to second to keep the traction down on the back axle. And that's going to be quite crucial. Unfortunately for the senior Rotax drivers, racing in the next one. Got a Karakaklis completely sideways heading into the triangle. The back end steps out to the left-hand side. And now he's got Martin Rollis, another one of the Baltic's team. There's three, as I said. Count seems all the way down in last. Oh, no! Rollis hits the splash puddle and it spins him at around 360 right into oncoming traffic. Well held and well played by the drivers behind him. That was Argo Tam and Martin Rollis that got through unscathed. Well, Rollis, that was actually Tam and Silt that got through. 3.5 minutes remaining on the timer plus an additional lap. But, well, right, okay, some grey clouds, some very dark grey clouds up above, but there is some blue sky. But Pritsai continuing to put down very, very quick laps indeed. 1 minute 10.690. He's now got the biggest margin of anybody in terms of a race lead. 5.7 seconds. And Ivaros now has made his way back up into P2, the 520 RM Latvia Sony entry. Then is Munipalicity on the Birolart in P3. Harold's Karakaklis in the number 503 Birolart Baltics. Birol, P4. Argo Town for AGS Racing in the Kart Republic chassis rounds out P5. As we have just under 2 to go, plus an additional lap. But Plitsai running on 1 minute 11, so looks like it's going to be this plus 2 more laps to go. And this will be a bit of a breath of fresh air for everybody. Sunshine back out on the circuit. Hopefully that's going to help the track evolve. And the more running there is on the circuit over the duration. Looks like we've had... Oh, Nicolas Mazinas has retired that kart now. That was down by the wayside just a second ago. Coming out of turn number 2. And Nicolas Mazinas out after lap 4. After the contact with Ricard's Counseams, I'm afraid. Mazinas just trying to get that kart across the line in order to take some points to decide how the super final grid is going to look. And that is due to start at just before 10 past 3 this afternoon. Bearing in mind, we have been delayed, obviously, with the rainfall that hit in between Junior final number 2 and DD2 Masters final number 2. But Plitsai now about to bring us on to the penultimate lap with 21 seconds across the line. Last lap was a 1:11.235.239, and his lead over Ivar Zus, 5.9 seconds. So Plitsai, all he needs to do is just cross the T's, dot the I's, and get the kart across the line and take the win. But Plitsai just calmly, just millimetre, just very slight movements with regards to turning the kart in. And then just going a little bit, so like when the kart steps out to the left on the rear of it, he's steering to the left just to counter and keep that momentum through the corner. Very precise skill of racing in the wet. And I have to say, remember going to Pro Kart Raceland Circuit in Bakosov, I think it was 2022. Where we had 6 DD2 Masters, we had Denis Tulm, we had Martin Stankovičius. DD2 had just been out, and it was wet. As we go on to the final lap, it was wet, but the track dried it out so quickly, the DD2 drivers needed an additional allocation of 1 set of W5s in case the weather turned again, because their tyres were absolutely destroyed. And the DD2 Masters went, well, we're already on dries. Forget it, we'll have some fun out there. And Martin Stankovičius won that heat by 30 seconds. On D5 CIK slick tyres and was drifting through every single corner. We're on the final lap here, and Plitsai exactly everything he needs to, keeping his powder dry in a figurative sense, but keeping his nose clean as well. You can see a little bit of the steam rising off of the circuit. A bit like Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands, which I nicknamed Misty Track as part of the United Karting Series. They're heading to Circuit Park Berghem again on the first weekend, the 5th and 6th of September. But what a drive it's been. Plitsai spun it earlier on in the race, and he is now literally 1 corner away. Plitsai, the man from Talvar Racing, revelling here in the wet at Ropazi at Raceway Baltic, wins final 2 by probably the biggest winning margin so far this weekend. And Ivar Zus up 4 spots will finish P2. 3.6 seconds behind. Martins Rollis will round out 3rd. Juris Olaitis will be P4. And then the second of the Birolot Baltics drivers, kart 503. Harald Garkaklis jumping up and down in the seat. He crosses the line ahead of Argo Tampa AGS. Martin Still. And then what a disaster for Ricard's Counseams. Ridden over the front right by a late lunge from Nicolas Mazinas, who retired on lap number 4. And that concludes final number 2. And there you see the steeplechase puddle that Plitsai went through before he even went racing earlier on. But what a race in the wet. Drama with Mazinas and Counseams affected. But more to the point, Plitsai, that spin there, it meant that he would come back and set a precedent that you can go top gear, well, from top gear from the rear, as good friend Henry Baudet would say. But Plitsai wins final 2 in DD2. There's the moment that eliminated Nicolas Mazinas and compromised the race efforts of Ricard's Counseams. But Plitsai takes the win. 1 more race to go before the lunch break coming up It's Heat 3, Senior Rotax A versus B up next. So, local time here at Raceway Baltic, 13:23 local. And we're very shortly going to get underway with race 13 of the meeting. After that, 6 races to go, which will bring us to the business end of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic for round 3. And for Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, round number 5. Rotax Max Challenge Nordic will be back in action right here at this circuit in 3 weeks to decide who will get the tickets allocated for Rotax Max Challenge Nordic for 2026. Time to get things ready as we're set for our final race before the super finals. The rooster tails high in the air off of the dummy grid. Let's take you through the starting order. Tom Striller, Natyom Sestikovs lining up on the front row. Rafael Zenask and Fernando Paimene rounding out row 2. Robin Shepard and Martin Bergstrom rounding out row 3. Ahead of Matas Valasius and Rodrigo Kakas rounding out row 4. Cairo Kivi and Nomanatas Varsevicius ran out the top 10. Ilya Sharameta and Kaspar Gisquela rounding out row number 6. Row 7, it is going to be Oliver Kerg and Kevin Lanus. Row 8 will be Hendrik Pietz and Dovydas Kvazeles. Maris Karasiauskas and Gina Rimkus round out row number 9. Completing the top 20, Kate Drobiseva and Romet Pakash. Kaius Petkus and Karo Jesper Subets round out row number 11. Head of Jonas Liutkauskas, Hans Markus Narusk with Sara Tabo, Maya Gomberga and Rem Smits bringing up the rear of the 27 strong field. After this race, once it's all set in stone, 36 drivers will make the final. The super final, that is. So, 9 minutes plus an additional lap will put into perspective The field now makes its way through the triangle section of the top part of the circuit. 9 minutes plus an additional lap, and this will bring us to the end of the second phase of this race meeting. Sreda and Sestikos with an all Latvian front row, an all Estonian row 2, Estonia and Finland row 3, Lithuania and Latvia row 4, Finland and Lithuania row 5 as we go green for the final heat. And it is going to be the case of who will go into turn 1 leading the way. They all try to avoid the splash puddle on the inside of the apex. Someone goes right on through it. And straight off the bat, it's 3 wide. Down towards the bottom part of the top 15, make that 3 wide, 2 deep. Into turn number 2, some drivers using the far outside line to get the momentum through into the chicane. But this is going to be far from easy. Someone makes a little bit of a misstep. That's Robin Shehmet from Talvar Racing, who's right behind, I think more than likely, Artyom Sestikos. But who is at the front of the field? Could be more than likely Tom Strela leading the way for SM Racing. Sestikos looks to be down behind Zernusk and Shefmet, so Sestikos might be down into 4th position as they come out of the triangle section. We're in the first 60 of this 9 minute plus an additional lap race. And drivers are going to have to watch that standing water puddle on the inside of the penultimate left-hander. But Tom Strela across the line to complete the opening lap will lead us on to lap 2. Zernusk 1.1 seconds behind. Shemet, Wallström, who's got Sestikos right on the rear bumper, through into T1. Kaido Kivi nearly gets a good run of momentum out of that opening corner and was right on the back bumper of the Gillard from MRG Racing of Sestikos. Into turn 2, more water on the inside approach. And it's all about picking your moments. Alvasevicius has lost the biggest amount of places, 6 lost. Romet Pakash up 7. Who else has moved up the order? Gaius Petkuts up 4. Kate Robiseva up 1. Rem Smits, who started at the back end of the field, now up 3. Kaido Kivi up 3 as well, into the triangle section here on lap number 2. And Tom Sreda wanting to assert a little bit of dominance here in the number 359 SM kart. And someone has just lost the side pod, looks to be a Sony kart livery. So someone is going to get the mechanical black flag. So out of that, it's going to be Kakars, or maybe, I'm just looking down the order, Kaido Kivi. That is going to be, well, probably Kisquela. Possibly Sumets. Sumets might be the one that has just been given the mechanical black flag. Or was that possibly Saratavo? May have been the case, but everyone is still running. Someone is going to find that without a side pod, that kart is not declared safe. So let's have a look, see. Keep an eye on it. Right, okay, not through there. So there's a case of spot the missing side pod. It's either going to be, more than likely, I think left side pod of one of the karts has ended up vacating the scene of the chassis. Oh, that's kart 370 off. Saratavo. That kart still has its side pods on it. A dive to the inside, and that's 3 wide. Wallström getting a good launch in the 369 Talvar Racing kart. Gets his elbows out into T1. And I think that might be, that's Kaido Kivi through to second. So, oh dear, it's all elbows out and a bit of clumsiness. So, the big question is, if someone is running with no side pod on that kart, that is a technical non-compliance and is an exclusion. But it's got to be someone that's survived some contact earlier on. But a lot of drivers making their way through into the final corner. And it's going to be a couple of Talvar racing drivers not that far apart from each other, because Wallstrom up the inside of Zardask. Kiwi down to 4th. Kurg, Sheremetyev, Paimre, Shemet, Sestnikovs and Kakaras. Oh, big clutter into the standing water puddle on the inside of turn number 2. Oliver Kurg for Racing Academy on the Tony Kart 363. Splashes the water up into the air. But some good battling here. Kart 390. Ilya Sheremetyev versus Oliver Kurg, battling for position against Tom Streller. Get this, 6.5 seconds up the road with 3 minutes to go. So everyone else is battling for the scraps over the dinner table, and Streller doing exactly what he needs to do. But still the battles for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, maybe even further back, as that line is starting to expand. With Zernas now down into P3, Oliver Kurg right behind, Carter Kiwi now down into, looks to be 5th place. But again, it's just a case of getting these karts across the line. Biggest loser at the moment, unfortunately, Latvia's Atjom Sestnikovs in the number 357. But MRG Racing on the Gillard has dropped down 7 spots into 9th place. Biggest move at the moment looks to be more than likely Oliver Kurg, up 9 spots from 13th on the grid and runs P4. And Streller has a lead of 6.7 seconds, fastest lap of the race on lap 3. We're on lap 7 of the race, 1 minute 8.639 by the 359 for SM Racing. And Hingo saying, Captain Wallström, full steam ahead. Does he need to go from port to starboard, I wonder, Hingo? Right, up the inside, there's going to be a change of position. And it looks like Shemet has lost another place. So a couple of the Talvar Racing drivers, well, Wallström at the minute holding on to 2nd. There's the 395 of Zernask. Sheremetyev followed by Paimre. Oh no! 370 has just got around. And that is drama for Sada Tabo for the Kiwi Racing team. Not exactly what they needed, but, well, we are going to go on to 2 laps remaining here in the last of the senior Rotax heats. So all 40 drivers within the next couple of minutes will have completed their 2 respective heats. And after this race is completed, that means that we'll then end up with our drivers that will be getting into that. Now, with regards to it, in terms of the Rotax Nordic regulations for 2026, all classes will receive a ticket. That is the overall champion. But if they have already received, if a driver in Mini qualifies for a ticket in E10 and Mini, the E10 ticket takes the priority and has to be accepted by the driver. And obviously, if the winner can't attend the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, it normally goes to the next person. Right, last lap underway here in Heat 3, A versus B for seniors. And look at the dry line starting to form. And this is going to be the battle between Oliver Kerg and Martin Velestrom. But Tom Streller up the road by 6 points, nearly 6.7 seconds. And the 3:59 pretty much is going to put himself on the sharp end of the field for the super final. And that is going to be our last race here today, scheduled at around about 3:30 this afternoon. Now, bearing in mind we have had some delays, but there is Tom Streller through the triangle section for the final time here on lap 9 of this race, as Kerg to the outside of Velestrom tries to get the cross back, and the Finn holds his nerve. And Kerg again trying to carry the momentum through the penultimate left-hander, but the final lap is going to be concluded. Tom Streller wins. Looks like he was trying to get back home very quickly indeed. Wins by a big margin. Velestrom, P2, 7.9 seconds behind. Oliver Kerg rounds out the top 3. Ricardo Kivi, Ilie Sheremetha, Fernando Pemne, Rafael Zenask, Kaspar Skuela, Atiom Sestakovs, and Robin Shemet round out the top 10. Matas Balasias, Romet Pakash, Ginas Rimkus, Marius Karsiaukas, and Endrik Pietz round out the top 15 positions. Rodrigo Kakas, Normantas Varsevicius, Kate Drobisteva, Kaios Petkus, and Dovidas Kvazelis round out the top 20. Kevin Lenus, Jonas Slierkauskas, Maja Gomberga crosses the line. Glenn Smits in 24th, and Sara Tabo is going to be the last driver to cross the start-finish line in 25th. Finishing 4 laps down, retires from the race, Karl Jesper Sumets, and Hans Markus Narusk retires on lap number 3. Well, that concludes part 2 of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic round 3 and Rotax Max Challenge Latvia round 5 here at Raceway Baltic. We're going to leave you with the highlights, but a short break, as we will have the lunch break here in Ropazi before we get underway with the first of our super finals, as it will be Micromax taking to the track first for 9 minutes plus an additional lap as race day here in Ropazi continues. Well, everybody, welcome back to the final 6 races of this weekend's action here at Raceway Baltic, usually known as 333 Baltic, just based in Ropazi, around about a 45-minute drive southwest of the capital city of Riga. So 6 more races to go to decide who will be going into the business end of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic in 3 weeks' time at this very circuit on the 29th of August. 6 more races to go out of the 19, 14:30, which we're very fast approaching in around 4 minutes' time for the Micromax Super Final, then Minimax Super Final, DD2 Super Final, Juniors, Masters, and then the Seniors. All 40 drivers have competed in 2 of the 3 heats earlier on today. A versus B being the last one before the lunch break. And the conditions are a heck of a lot drier than they were just before the lunch break, with DD2 Masters, the second final, being delayed. And meaning that rather than us starting again at 2 PM this afternoon local time, starting at 2:30. So local time is 2:27 in the afternoon. So bearing in mind, for those wondering, there is the weather at the minute. So forecast over the next 10 hours for around about 6 PM local. 52% cloud cover. Highs of 21 degrees centigrade. Around about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And as you can see, the circuit is a lot drier than it was earlier on, but there is still cloud cover overhead. A possibility of rain might be in the air, but as I like to say, I'll see it when I see it, I'll believe it. We had an absolute cavalcade of rain as the grid is being cleared for the final time for our youngest members of the Rotax Racing family, Micromax.
Yeah.
So 10 drivers set to go into battle around this 1.34 kilometre circuit. And as we've seen already throughout the course of today's action, there has been plenty of overtaking galore, a few contretemps here and there, a few late sends which has caused reflective incidents that compromised some drivers' runs towards getting a grand finals ticket. And with it, in 3 weeks' time, 6 tickets will be given away for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at the Cartodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao, 7th to the 14th of November. At each of the classes, if the driver qualifies for the Grand Finals, will take that ticket. If they do not take it, the next person in the standings will then be awarded the chance to compete for their nation and be one of over 430 drivers from 60 nations competing in the Algarve province of southern Portugal. Right, 9 minutes plus an additional lap time to take you through the starting order for the Micromax Super Final here at Raceway Baltic. Stefano Gonzalez, can he do 3 in a row? Do the 3-peat here. And he will be joined by Timas Remus on the front row. Thomas Noricus and Hugo Calbi round out the top 2 rows, with Jokubas Uwazaitis and Karims Kukurtis, Lightning McQueen on row 3. Marco Clavins and Rems Balos Nagradovs round out the top 8, with Rodrigo Lapins and David Vladson rounding out the 10-strong grid. Still some surface water, as the Minimax drivers now making their way to the diamond grid. I'm sure they're going to spectate a little bit here. Of course, in comparison with the second final earlier on, the track will be a little bit greener, a little bit more slick. So these drivers will have to get the Mojo C2 CIK tyres up to temp. But Stefano Gonzalez has been the tour de force so far and is looking to get 3 wins out of 3 in a row here at Raceway Baltic. And that will make it win number 4 of the season for the numbers 56 on the Tony kart. And for those that have just joined us, just to let you know that the respective times for the races do take into consideration an additional half an hour added onto the schedule. So Minimax 14:45, DD2 at 15:01, Junior at 15:19, Masters 15:39, and Seniors at 15:59. Well, actually, looks like that has actually changed. So, yeah, so it will be what the live timing says, but we are underway and racing. Green flag straight off the bat. As, once again, Stefano Gonzalez leads the way into turn 2 for the first time. Green flags will wave circuit wide for the opening tour. Side by side between Rimas and Norkus. Well, Norkus now on the Paralin is down into 4th position. So someone, and that is Uazaitis. Uazaitis now up into P2 as we go to the top part of the circuit. And Stefano Gonzalez already trying to pull away early and get that advantage. But in the final, 75 points are on offer. 50 for a race win in the opening 2 races of the weekend. So already Stefano Gonzalez has 100 points to his credit so far out of the final corner into the completion of the opening lap. And here comes Norkus up the inside of Uazaitis into turn 1, change for second. And Uazaitis able to keep the inside line, carry the momentum through the corner. And it's just said to Donis Norkus and Timas Nimas, right, let's stop fighting between us. We need to catch up to that guy there, because one of the people that will want to do that is Hugo Kalbi, the Finn, in 5th place on the number 1 Birlart from and I would imagine Kaido Kalbi related to Hugo, probably more than likely dad. But now this is going to be at a bit of a free-for-all because they've got right behind them. Looks to be Rems Balods Nagradovs in the number 21, the brightly coloured Energy chassis. Kalbi to the inside of... that is a change for P4. But Gonzalez, exactly like we've seen in the previous 2 races, now expanding that lead. It was 1.1 seconds, it's now doubled. 2.1 seconds is the lead between Gonzalez and Uazaitis. Limas right on the back coattails of Uazaitis. And Stefano Gonzalez on the Tony kart chassis, run through Tommy Hanus, is absolutely clearing off into the distance, into the local countryside here in the municipality of Ropazi. Uazaitis, biggest mover of the race so far, and is up 3 positions from 5th on the grid, runs P2, but the gap between him and Stefano Gonzalez is now getting bigger and bigger. It was 2.1 seconds after lap 2, but what is it going to be after lap 3? Gonzalez across the line, Uazaitis jumping up and down in the seat. Gap now 2.3, well, 2 3/4 seconds after the opening 3 laps. Gonzalez is treating this like a glorified qualifying session, has clear air in front and not a care, not a worry about what is happening behind, because Uazaitis is the cork in the bottle. Rimas P3, Calvi and Norkus round out the top 5. But Uazaitis will start to get a little bit frustrated. He'll be like saying, come on, we can't stop battling like this. And Calvi is waiting like a coiled spring. Switchback attempt by Uazaitis, gets through around the outside, coming out of the triangle on Timas Rimas, the MG Motorsport Falcon driver, unable to counter-attack quickly. And Calvi has got Domus Noricus, the N-Sport Paralin driver, right on his rear wheels into turn 1. And at this point, it is not... It's quite difficult for a few drivers to see that someone in the vein of Stefano Gonzalez has basically said, right, let's just get this thing wrapped up, and that's exactly what the number 56 is doing right now. And there goes the move from Rimas again through the triangle. Uazaitis quick to respond and slingshots via side drive to get through. Here comes Calvi in the number 1 Virulart. And all the while, whilst they are squabbling, this is giving Stefano Gonzalez the get out of jail free card to be up the road. And now with 5 laps in the books, it is 4.5 seconds. That is the race lead by the number 56. Uazaitis, the number 16 in second. Calvi now through on Rimas, and Norkus has gone with the Finn. Up to third and fourth go those two. And Timas Rimas drops down into 5th position in the MG Motorsport Falcon number 55. And Stefano Gonzalez on lap number 5 set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:02.631, as Norkus covers off Timas Rimas through the triangle. Hugo Calvi, nearly looked up the inside to stick the nose through on Jokubas Uazaitis, and straight away it brings back in Domus Norkus and Timas Rimas. And well, we don't really need to see where Stefano Gonzalez is, because he's away and clear. Lead now, 5.7 seconds. And second place now goes the way of Domus Norkus. Gets through on Hugo Calvi and on Jokubas Uazaitis. Calvi up to third. Now they've got to start pushing. They have a 5.7 gap to close on in. And at this point, it's all for themselves. Calvi up the inside of Norkus for P2. And this is not helping them. This is far from helping them. But for Calvi, it's absolutely what the Finn needs. Needs a good, strong finish to the weekend to hold on to that points lead going into 3 weeks' time for the Nordic finale. And there is Balos Nagradovs, who's closed on in whilst they were all squabbling. The number 21 from RM Latvia on the Energy Corsa chassis has now got himself in contention for a potential top 3 finish. 3 laps to go, lead now 6.7 seconds. And at this point, well, Uazaitis gets through on Balos Nagradovs for that 5th spot. But it is the case that these drivers are going to have their elbows out with the Stanley knives attached and very well sharpened. Calvi doing everything in his power to hold on to that second position. Norkus and Rimas line astern into the triangle. Norkus nearly gets the inside line. Calvi goes high and wide to the outside of the triangle to maximise the exit speed on that corner. But 2 laps remain on the counter, and a 1 minute 2.601 by Stefano Gonzalez. Hugo Calvi up 2 places from 4th on the grid, now runs P2. Norkus, Rimas Juvasaitis, Bolos Nagradovs, Karim's Lightning Kukutis 7th, Marco Klavins, Rodrigo Lapins, and David Vladson bring up the rear of the field. But Hugo Calvi equal with Bolos Nagradovs, both have made up 2 positions. Here comes Timas Rimas up the side of Domas Norkus. That's a retake of the 3rd place by the number 55 from MG Motorsport. Timer has expired, and Stefano Gonzalez making his way through to the final part of the track. It's Noah's Ark, too wide, too deep. Oh, Uwazaitis! Uwazaitis just absolutely measures it perfectly, and it's 2 for the price of 1 for the Lithuanian. Rimas and Norkus did not have any answer for it. Final lap underway. Uwazaitis now going to try and chase down, if he can, Hugo Calvi, but Stefano Gonzalez on the way to a clean sweep of victories here at Raceway Baltic in the Micro Super Final. And the winning margins just seem to increase. 7.8 seconds. That is the lead gap, and just coming through the shop very shortly, I'm sure, going through into the triangle section, will be Stefano Gonzalez, because these drivers here, they have been outmatched. They have been outclassed, as Gonzalez has been gutsy and spectacular at the same time. Will be coming through into the final quarter of the lap. 25% of lap 10 set to be completed, but Stefano Gonzalez in the 56, pole position, fastest lap, and it's the 3-peat for the 56 here at Raceway Baltic. Gonzalez does the treble. Calvi is going to extend the points lead heading into the season finale in 3 weeks' time for RSC Nordic. Uwazaitis P3, Balas Nagradovs with his best finish, up 4 spots from 8th on the grid to finish P4. Timas Rimas and Domas Norkus, they didn't have the answer today. Karim's Lightning Kukotis in 7th, ahead of Marco Klavins, Rodrigo Lapins and David Vladson. But top of the pops, king of the hill, Stefano Gonzalez dominates all 3 races here in Micro for round 5, Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and Rotax Max Challenge Nordic round 3. Up next, it's going to be heading from Micro to Mini as we look at the replay highlights, which saw Stefano Gonzalez take a 3rd win in as many races here at Raceway Baltic. So up next, it's going to be the 10-minute plus an additional lap Mini Max Super Final. Green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid, as it's an anticipation that you can cut through with a hot knife like through cold butter. Let's take you through the starting grid for this 10-minute plus an additional lap Super Final. Carlis Bounstons from RN Latvia will have NSL Racing's Remigijus Kļavs alongside on the front row. It's an all-Lithuanian row 2, Tadas Simnikas and Emilis Kavkauskas. Michaelis Jube, Martin Slapins making it all Latvian row 3, with Finland and Latvia row 4, Ilis Mankanen and Martin Sama, Ivo Os, Henry Schlapse and Karl Korge Kuhi rounding out the 11-strong grid. This is race 15 out of 19. After this, we'll have DD2, Junior, Master, and then Senior, and that'll be it for the racing action here. We're underway with the official formation lap. It is going to be a very interesting race here for these drivers, the second youngest of the Rotax racing family. And I think I am hearing rain spots. Oh dear. That is going to be a very, very critical decision, because if that rain doesn't sound like it's coming too hard, but if that intensifies, we might have a bit of a drama on our hands, because it might be down to race direction. If it is significantly bad to the point where you can't drive on slick Mojo tyres, red flag will be called and the drivers will have to change. But, yep, there it comes. Rain is inbound and it's getting heavier by the second. So just waiting to see if a call has been made. They are still letting them race, but it depends on how hard this rainfall comes in. When we had it for DD2 Masters, it literally, within a 90-second period, the track went from slick as a bone, dry as anything, to absolutely saturated where there were standing puddles all around the circuit. And that rain is starting to get a little bit heavier. Incrementally, I might add. Right, drivers are in the tram lines. Do we go green flag? No, we don't. Full start has been called. So, as you can see, there is not a patch of blue sky up above. It is grey, it is white, cloud cover. The rain is still starting to come down. There's people off of the triangle who have got the brollies up. And you might, if you look close enough, rain is starting to fall. But at the moment, it is not a deluge to the point where it may be the case, but you can hear it's a little bit harder now. So, and that grey, those grey skies are getting darker and darker as the drivers make their way to the runoff area to start the rolling start here at Raceway Baltic. There's Carlos Bounsons for RM Latvia in the 136 Energy Corsa chassis. These drivers now will head into the tram lines, just being told just to slow down. So, drivers instructed to slow as we get a bird's eye view from turn one, courtesy of our cameraman at No Limits. Revs up, no, second full start, that's going to bring out a red flag more than likely. We've had that happen again. And the red flag instantly is brandished. So, drivers will now have to make their way to the start-finish line. So, race has been called as stopped, according to live timing and scoring. So the drivers will be instructed to stop on the start-finish straight. So red flags are out. That is the second time we've had one category do 2 full starts in a row. Now, one of the other things that needs to happen, now depending on what might happen now, there's going to be a big thing happening. And obviously if that rain starts coming down any heavier, still raining on the start-finish straight at the minute. Okay, instructions are being given to the marshalling team. I think the drivers are just wondering what's going to happen now. But at the minute, with the rain coming down, it is not at that significant point so far. But hang on a second. Ah, right. There is a medical emergency happening in the spectators. So the stretcher is out. And if that... Now, I know for a fact that normally on most karting events, we do have 2 ambulances normally. Which means that if there is a medical emergency that needs to be attended to, if we do have 1 ambulance on site, then we should be able to go racing. But if that is the only ambulance, then the racing cannot proceed. So, yeah, medical emergency in the spectator gallery, just off of the runoff area. Whoever that is, I hope they're okay. Yeah, so it looks like it is the ambulance that's normally parked on the right-hand side of the start-finish straight. So there is a medical emergency. Stretcher has already been taken out by the ambulance crew. So this is why we are under red flag stoppage. So we will not show anything of what is going on. If we get any updates from the organisation, just been informed that one of the spectators has fallen ill. That is all the information that I have currently. So we are under red flag stoppage due to a medical emergency with regards to one of our spectators here at Raceway Baltic. So that is why, at the moment, we are under red flag stoppage. And if the weather continues to deteriorate, then I've got a feeling that this super final could end up under wet race conditions. So it looks like before the restart, whenever that is going to happen. Obviously at the moment I don't know how long the delay may be, but they will rearrange the grid into their starting orders. So it'll be Carlos Bernsons, Remigius Kliausianis, who's just pulled to the front of the line on the right hand side on the outside of the opening row. Taras Simnikas and Emilis Kapkauskas will be row 2. Miklas Suber and Martins Lapins row 3. Elis Mankanen and Martin Sama row 4. Ivo Os Henrich Lapse and Karl Korkekohi will be the last driver in the 127. That will be on the left-hand side row of the grid. So the ambulance crew is dealing with a medical emergency with one of our spectators at the moment. Hopefully that person is all okay. We will update you as and when we know further information, and a big thank you to everyone that is continuing to watch the RMC Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel. Please don't forget, if you haven't already, like, share, subscribe. Also, if you haven't done so already, want to hear from you. Who do you think, or who are you going to be cheering on for the Super Finals today? We've already had one winner in the form of Stefano Gonzalez in Micro. So we thank you for your understanding and your patience under the current circumstances. Medical emergency happening in the spectator gallery as the rain is continuing to fall here at Raceway Baltic in Ropazi Novas, around about 45 minutes out of the capital city of Riga in Latvia. Right, so as you can see on your screens at home, wherever you're watching the world, thank you so much for joining us. All the Minimax drivers have now stepped out of their carts. We haven't gotten underway with the second of our 6 super finals. I wonder what's going on there. Remigius Kliausiunas and Tarasim Nikas having a little bit of a dance. Hang on, this is not karting gone dancing, please, folks. But that rain is coming down, and it's coming down harder. So whether that is now going to be, that's going to put paid to the Minimax Super Final, which may put this to the back of the timetable, because that rain is coming and it's intensifying by the second. It's gone from a slight shower to a consistent downpour, but it's not significant, as in the biblical. Well, we were waiting for Moses to part the seas earlier on. So the Minimax drivers now walking away from their carts. So thank you very much. We appreciate your understanding and patience under the circumstances. But Minimax Super Final, 2 false starts, red flag stoppage, medical emergency currently ongoing in the spectator area. So please stick with us here on the Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel as we are waiting to see what happens over the next few moments. Well, thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are back underway for the formation lap of the Mini Super Final after a lengthy delay due to a spectator requiring medical attention as far as I'm aware. But it is going to be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Carlos Bensons is going to lead from pole position with Remigius Kriausiunas, Taras Semnikas, Emilis Kapkauskas, Miklis Jube, Martins Lapins, Ilis Mankanen, Martis Sama, Ivo Os, Henry Schlapse and Karl Korkekohi rounding out the grid. So the weather has improved, and it was raining at the point when the medical team were called into action. Big thank you to them for quickly dealing with the dramas that had unfolded. But it is now time to get underway with our next race, race 14 out of the meeting. It is the mini super final. Into the tram lines. Drivers instructed to slow. And, well, oh, hang on a second. Remigius Kriausiunas has pulled to a stop. And has already, that has effectively eliminated the 199 for NSL Racing out of the race. As a little bit of elbow shoving through out of turn number 1. But Carlos Bensons leading the way. Taras Simnikas in P2. Third is Michaelis Zuber, up 2 spots. Up 3 is Korkekohi for the Racing Academy, number 127. Up to P8 now. But Kriausiunas has been factoring in to the Mini-Max division here in RMC Nordic. A little bit of a wobble there from Kapkauskas in the MG Motorsport Falcon chassis. To the inside goes the 141. Nice move there for second position. As they come out of the final corner to complete the opening lap. So one retiree, Remigius Kriausiunas, who started on the outside of the front row, is now having to watch by the sidelines, I'm afraid. But a change for the race lead. Kapkauskas through on Bensons. And Martin Slappins, I think, was trying to make a move there. Hits the sausage curb on the inside of the exit of turn number 1, and it bumps the kart left side up skyward. So loses all that traction on the left-hand side of the chassis, especially on the back axle. But MG Motorsports, number 141, Lithuania's Emilis Kapkauskas leading the way, but Carlos Bensons for RM Latvia on the Energy chassis, right on the rear bumper of the 141, and this is bringing in Miklas Sube for SM Racing on the Tony kart into the fray for the battle for the race lead here in the super final. Lap 2 completed and nearly 3 wide for P5. Ilis Mankanen on the privateer run Tony kart, run by Dad Marco, sits in P5 at the minute, but at the moment, Karl Korkekohi for the Racing Academy team of the 137 Sony kart entry, now up 4 places. But your heart has to go out to Remigius Kriausiunas for NSL Racing. Pulls over to the right-hand side before the race even gets underway, and then the green flag drops. And what a shame for Kriausiunas, having to watch by the sidelines. 7 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap. After lap 2, fastest lap of the race by the race leader, Emilis Kapkauskas. 1 minute 1.310. But RM Latvia's Carlos Bensons right on the rear bumper. Bump drafting down the start-finish straight on the kink in towards turn 1, and Bensons retakes the race lead. So in other words, folks, the chess game is afoot, and Carlos Bensons now new race leader here on lap 4, fastest lap of the race by the 136, 1 minute .863, as Karl Korkekohi Now closing in on the 102 of Taras Simnikas, who's lost the most places out of those that are still running. 3 places lost, started P3 inside of row 2, now runs 6th. And gap between them last time round was just over 6.5 tenths of a second. So at the moment it is bounce-ons from Kapkauskas, Lapins, Zube, Mankanen, Simnikas, Korkekohi, Os, Sarma and Lapsit. That is your 10 drivers still running. So Kriausiunas, Remigius Kriausiunas for NSL Racing on the Gillard chassis, retires on the opening lap, but Michaelis Jubit up the inside of Martins Lapins. Lapins hits the rear bumper of the 121 quite significantly. So hopefully that has not put the bumper in or put the clips out of position, because that is an automatic 5-second post-race penalty for the 118. Meantime, Kapkauskas keeping Benetons very, very honest indeed. As we're now halfway through this super final. 5 minutes plus an additional lap left remaining, and everyone else behind. Kapkauskas and Benetons looking over the left shoulder and their right very quickly indeed. So Taras Simnikas. The dive bomb and a half there. Might have been by Elis Mankonen getting through on Taras Simnikas. 4th position out on the track. Actually, it's an SM racing kart. That'll be Miklas Jubert. And right behind them is Korkekohi in the Sony kart for Racing Academy, the number 127 from Finland. Martin Sarma, now the fastest driver out on the circuit overall, 1 minute .358 on lap number 5 of this race. We're on lap 6 with 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. But Carlos Bounsons continues to lead the way, and the lead over Emilis Kapkauskas now stretches to 6 tenths. And a little bit of a glancing blow. Subi ends up off the track. That was not just once, that was twice. So Miklas Jube gets a little bit of a hip and a shoulder check out through into turn 1, and coming out of turn 1 he gets another one. So lightning striking twice for the youngster in the 121 for SM Racing. I'm sure he's going to be absolutely frustrated and infuriated by the fact that it's not just happened once, but it's happened twice within the same bit of tarmac. There's kart 198, Elis Mankonen trying to close in. And that is on Martins Lapins. That is going to be the battle for P3 now that Juba has been eliminated through 2 respective back-to-back incidents through and out of turn number 1. Bounce-on's another new fastest lap of the race. Gap now expands to 1 second with 2 3/4 minutes plus a lap to go. Zuber drops down into 8th position. Bounce-on's now starting to stride away in the number 136 RM Latvia Energy chassis. Kapkauskas rounding out 2nd position in the meantime. Lapins P3. Further 1.1 seconds back. But at the moment, well, Simnikas not out of the woods yet, because here comes Elis Mankonen to the inside. Beautiful move by the young Finn. Through into the penultimate left-hander on the circuit. So just under 2 minutes to go, gives us around 3 laps of racing left. Simnikas trying to get through, touches the back bumper of Mankonen through into turn 1. Bit of a bump and run there, the slightest of glances, but it did unsettle the back bumper, the back end of the Finns. Number 198 Tony kart. And with them now, Korkekohi has joined the fray. Right behind them is Ivo Ost, who is the fastest driver out of anybody, a 1 minute .189. Korkekohi looking to the inside again. And a brilliant move by the Racing Academy Sony kart driver. And Mäkinen tries to get through. And Mäkinen has just lost out twice. Once to Karl Korkekohi and once to Ivo Os. And Korkekohi is absolutely flying right now. 2 laps remain here in the mini super final. It might be even Stevens at the front end of the field with 1.4 seconds being the gap between Carlis Bernssons and Emilis Kapkauskas, but Martins Lapins absolutely flying at the moment. Has got the gap down to about 0.6 of a second to P2. So Kapkauskas has to have a watching brief. Eyeballs on stalks, and Martins Lapins 8/1000ths off of a sub 60-second lap time. But here is the battle for P2. Lapins to the inside of the triangle, and he's through for second position. Kapkauskas not wanting to give that second place up into the final complex, through the left, right and left, onto the start-finish straight. One more lap to go, and Carlis Bernssons gets his head down. Lapins now in P2, leading gap 2.4 seconds. As Kapkauskas looks to the inside, there was just about enough room for him to stick his nose in, but Lapins said, "No, you don't. Thou shalt not pass." And what a resurgence! Karl Korkekohi, the Racing Academy driver, on the 127 Sony, started last at the end of this race, and now runs P5 behind Tauras Simnikas. But Carlis Bernssons is not that far away. He's about 30% to go in this final lap of the race. Carlis Bernssons is going to pick up the points. It's going to be 75 for a win, but Lapins versus Kapkauskas, it's going to go down to the wire. Bernssons wins the final, and Lapins will take P2. It's a 1-2 for RM Latvia. Emilis Kapkauskas takes P3. Tauras Simnikas, driver of the final. Karl Korkekohi takes P5, starting last, ahead of Elis Mäkinen, Ivo Os, Henry Schlapser, Mikelis Juba and Martin Sama round out the finishers. Unfortunately, it was over before it had already started for the Lithuanian from NSL Racing. A real shame for Remigius Kliausiunas, but that concludes your mini super final. Up next, it's the DD2 super final here at Raceway Baltic. Well, there you see in the background the surrounding area here at Raceway Baltic in Ropazi Novas. Just a 45-minute drive outside of the of Riga International Airport. So blue skies, a little bit of white cloud cover and a lot of dark grey in the background, which I'm hoping that the wind blows it away from the circuit because we want this track to be as bone dry as possible. We've got 4 more races to go out of the 19. So very shortly coming up is going to be our super final for DD2. That is going to be race 16 out of 19 for the meeting. 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So a longer strategy call has to be made by the drivers, keeping your tyres in that optimum window, but also making sure that you have enough pace in the latter half of this particular contretemps. Green flag waves. Let's take you through the starting grid for the final. It's been dominance by Axel Saniala so far this weekend. He's won the opening 2 finals and puts himself on pole position for the super final, which is going to be 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Ragnar Veres is alongside him from Estonia in the 441 on the front row. And all Latvian row 2. Edgars Vilkans and Romans Rodinovs will be on row number 2. Jarl Kaspar Joipara and Nojas Žaralaitis round out row number 3 from Estonia and from Lithuania. The 458 of Estonia's Johan Vane will be joined by the 409 of Rikards Kalnzīms from Latvia on row 4. Row 5 completing the top 10. It's an all-Estonian affair with Devin Sagardi in the 444 and Tonis Johannes Tomingas on the 405. Paul Eke-Betlem on the 455 and Aras Jankevicius for Paska Racing on the 427 rounds out the field. Now it's time for the drivers to get their tyres up to temperature as the great Mr. Le Mans himself, the second ever man to be christened with that moniker after the great Jackie X Tom Christensen from Denmark saying, "You want all your weapons sharp." And that's exactly what these drivers will need to do. And quite a few of them have the experience, the savoir-faire, the racecraft and know-how to get the job done.
Uz krēsla Bremen paļu Zafčāns stikers satais.
So the drivers now make their way. Oh, right. That is not exactly what 429 wanted to happen. Jarl Kaspar Joipara over the back of Romans Rodinovs. It looks like it hasn't rearranged the rear exhaust on the back of the number 456 from MRG Racing, but the drivers are now in the tram lines. Okay, revs up, green flag drops, so we're underway here in the super final for DD2. Saniala leads the way, followed by Veres. And into turn 1 we go, 2 wide, 3 deep, as Veres loses out to Edgars Vilkans as they head into turn 2. So more to the point, it is the case of getting yourself into an early rhythm, but it is not Axel Saniala that leads, it's Edgars Vilkans. The Latvian now up to the front ahead of the Finn, who's dominated the proceedings all the way through today. And also going through there, I think Devin Sagardi and a few others getting their elbows out. The back end of the field, Aras Jankevicius through on Paul Eke-Betlem for AGS. But it is going to be from third on the grid, and who started to get himself to the front very early ahead of Axel Saniala. It's Edgars Vilkans that leads the way. Saniala second, Veres in third. Rodinovs, Joipara, Žaralaitis, Vane, Kalnzīms. No, Sagardi now up into P8 at the moment. Rikards Kalnzīms ninth, and Paul Eke-Betlem rounds out the top 10. Tomingas down a position. And there's going to be a further change because Devin Sagardi looks to have been overtaken by Rikards Kalnzīms. Axel Saniala looking for the move, but this is bringing in Ragnar Veres. A very competitive ultra ultra high level of racecraft between these top three. But you cannot forget about the likes of Kasper Jopera rounding out the top five. To the inside, that was Johan Veen through on Neues Gerolaitis for P6. Now into the final couple of corners. And Vilkans will be the leader after the second lap of this race. Sarniola started on pole, but must have made a misstep early doors. Vilkans looks over the left shoulder. And the top five in each other's wheel tracks into turn one. Got a bit of a run wide there by Johan Veen, nearly opened the door for Neues Gerolaitis. But Vilkans looks to be rather smooth and fast, but Sarniola and Virtus will wait for their opportunity. It's just one moment. Oh, bit of a run into the back of Ragnar Virtus by Romans Rodinovs. Front bumper hits the rear of the 441. The Carthletics Tony Kart entry for many a year. Oh, what a move there. Neues Gerolaitis gets through. But for many a year, Ragnar Virtus was on the Birolot. Now he's gone to Tony Kart. Still very competitive. Axel Sarniola to the race lead. Could this happen? Yes, elbows out. Vilkan says, right, okay, we've still got 11 minutes. I do not want to waste one single iota of energy at this point. Because the more he wastes now, the less in reserve he will have when we get to the real business end of this race, when it gets like the final 4 minutes. But at the moment, when you have the top 7 covered by 1.6 seconds after 3 laps. We're on lap 4, dive to the inside, 4.45, Gerolaitis passed by Jopera in the 4.29. Jopera still getting to grips with that Kart Republic chassis, as Axel Sarniola gets the hurry-up nudge from Edgars Vilkans. And Rodinos, in some ways, you could argue the fact that the 4.56 has been doing the same kind of tactic to Ragnar Virtus in the 4.41. Now, this is from what I see. Obviously, interpretation is related to opinion. So, I mean, to the end of the day, if it's the slightest nudge, I mean, rubbing's racing. But we do see where some drivers have that sense of desperation, or there's a very different sense. There's that sense of urgency, knowing that they've got to make the move, and it could be the deciding factor on how it makes their race pan out. 1.2 seconds was the differential between Sarniola and Gerolaitis after 4 laps, as we are soon to complete lap 5 of this 1.34 kilometre circuit. Sarniola trying to do the same as Stefano Gonzalez in Micro earlier on today to pick up 3 wins from 3. And in the meantime, Tonis Johannes Dominguez has just put in the fastest lap of the race at 55.567. And now the elbows are out. Changes afoot at the second half of this septet of drivers. Septet meaning 7. And, well, can Rodinos try and get through on Virtus? That's the big question. But Sarniola, it seems like after the opening 5 laps, that Kiwi Racing Team Tony Kart starts to really motor. And now Virtus is going to have to get through. But he has already been overtaken by Romans Rodinovs. So, well, that's going to be a little bit of a stumble back for Johan Veen. Jon Kasper Jopera gets through. So Jopera now up into P3 ahead of Ragnar Virtus. Virtus just looking for the points. And considering it's 1.5 times what you get in finals 1 and 2, 75 for a victory. So that will give Axel Sarniola a maximum haul of 175 points. Coming out of this round here at Raceway Baltic. He's starting to open up that gap, but I would not at all be surprised as we hit nearly half time in this race. Another dive by Johan Veen. It's on Devon Sigardi for position. So once again, P8. Musical chairs happening there. Saniala looking very, very comfortable indeed, and he's really putting in the qualifying style laps. Across the line he goes, 55.25. Oh, and Kasper Joipera has just responded, and it's the first driver in this race to go sub 55 seconds. 54.967 by the 429 representing Estonia and the AGS Racing team. We hit halfway, and Axel Saniala is not going to have an extensive a lead as he did in the previous two races, but he's going to definitely have to work hard to keep in front of everybody else, because looking at the last set of laps, well, if Joel Kasper Joipera is the quickest driver between himself and Edgars Vilkans, I think my money might be on the Estonian. So, Saniala out of the final quarter, P8, or lap 8 being completed. His lead was 8.3 tenths of a second, now it's nearly 9 tenths. Saniala doing exactly what he needs to do. Edgar Vilkans in the Sony kart number 467, trying to close up on the fin from Kiwi Racing Team. But still, all 12 runners and riders are still out on track. Beard's trying to close on in on Joipera, but the gap between them is now stretched to 1.1 seconds. A little bit of damage limitation, I think, would be my modus operandi if my name was Ragnar Beardus right now. You want to conserve those tyres. And looking at his last lap, it was his best of the race so far, 55.212. Sometimes it's not easy when you have an ultra-competitive DD2 field along with you. And Beardus this time looks to be struggling a little bit on the pace, whether it's the tyres that have started to fall off the cliff. He's going to be very careful, looks over his right shoulder through, three wide. And who was that? That was Taminkas. He's just bugged the two in front. He got through on Ronnie Knowles and Jadolitis as if they were standing still, and Ronnie Knowles gets round the outside of the Lithuanian. What a move by Tonis Johannes Domingas. He's had an absolute shocker of a day so far. I'm sure that's going to be one of the best moves of the weekend. And he just planted it round the outside and went, yeah, here's my Slim Shady. hold my shot glass, he says. But now into double figures we go with 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock plus an additional lap. Axel Saniala continues to lead the way. And the gap between him and Edgars Vilkans is just over 7 tenths of a second. And more to the point, Axel Saniala has just posted the fastest lap of the race at 54.460. So now it is the case of how much quicker does Edgars Vilkans need to go? Well, he was 47 thousandths slower than the Finn last time round. Joipera is not that far behind Vilkans, so there is a possibility that second might change before the end of the race. But one of the things that as a racing driver, you are there to compete for the spoils of victory. And if you can't get that top step, you're going to be damned if you don't put 110% in to go for it. You've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. Whereas if your name is Axel Saniala, one technical issue, and that puts your race out of the window. And then you wonder why it had to happen to you at one of the most important and biggest point scoring opportunities in the race weekend so far. And again, qualifying start on Saniala. He's opened up that gap to Edgars Vilkans. I think Vilkans is now resigning himself to the fact that he can't get the win. He's He's going to pick up the points for P2 and keep himself within striking distance of Ragnar Virdus, and Virdus at the moment still holding on to P4. And at the minute he is losing time. He's got to be very, very careful as Ragnar Virdus, because he's got Thomas Johannes Dominguez right on his rear bumper, his fellow countryman from the kart club, the Yogisu Kart Club. And there we see it, it nearly happened. And Roman Zrodyanovs just stole that position off of Dominguez like candy off a baby. So we're going to be close, probably another 3, maybe 4 laps as Zrodyanovs on the offensive against Virdus into T1. The 456 got an absolute monster hole shot coming out of the final corner and was bump drafting Ragnar Virdus as close as he dared down the start-finish straight. But Virdus holding on, using the skill set that took him to the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals DD2 Global Crown amidst the sands of the Persian Gulf in Bahrain. Dominguez, however, oh, this could be a little bit of a crossover. Zrodyanovs through on Virdus. Something had to give, and he went just then. But now coming into this is Neues Shadowlitis. So this is for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. And dive bomb and a half by Shadowlitis. It compromises Dominguez on exit out of turn 2. And that has allowed Zrodyanovs and Virdus to scarper away into the distance by a small amount. But it could be enough for them to hold their positions in 4th and 5th respectively. But Shadowlitis went charging in there like a madman, absolutely sent it through on the inside of Dominguez through into turn 2. And the Estonian could not have a response teed up because it just rapidly happened. Virdus now bolting away from Shadowlitis. 2 laps to go. And Axel Sarniola on the course of getting a maximum haul of points for Rotax Max Challenge Nordic of 175. 50 for a win in the opening 2 races, 75 here in the super final. And Sarniola has done exactly what he's needed to. Time has expired. 14 minutes are up. About a lap and a half to go. And second is not quite over yet with Vilkans and Joipera 3/10 apart. They've got about 1.6 kilometres to race for that second spot on the rostrum. But Axel Sarniola very shortly will bring us through out of the final corner. So last lap in the DD2 Super Final. Sarniola threads his way down into turn number 1. Vilkans and Joipera line astern through out of the corner. And the short shoot, the run down to turn number 2. One wrong move from Edgars Vilkans, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Jon Kaspar Joipera will be through there quicker than you can say the word jump. But Sarniola has fought off all comers, all challengers here at Raceway Baltic. The number 432 from the Kiwi Racing team on the number 432 Tony car. Joipera, can he have a last bit of a gasp? Last bit of a chance. He's going to swing to the outside of Vilkans for P2, but it is going to be the checkered flag. It's 3 from 3. Axel Sarniola does the three-peat here. A clean sweep here at Raceway Baltic. Second goes the way of Vilkans, pipping Jon Kaspar Joipera by 97 thousandths of a second. Roman Zrodyanovs P4, points leader Ragnar Virdus puts in a personal best on his last lap of the race, 54.396, but the Estonian keeps a good haul of points heading into the final RMC Nordic round in 3 weeks' time. Thomas Johannes Dominguez P6, Neues Shadowlitis, Steven Stegard, Johan Vane, Rikard Kanteams, Paul Eke-Bedlem and Aris Jankovicius round out the field. 3 races to go. Up next It's the Junior Super Final. 12 minutes plus an additional lap of racing for these drivers. Okay, time to take you through the Junior Super Final starting order. It's going to be Marcus Jouk starting on the front row. He will be joined by Jack Collinson on that front row in the 291. Nikita Lyubimov and Mikko Grantins, Estonia and Norway, row 2. Lithuania completing row 3, Patrikos Jokius and MG Motorsports, Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius. Lithuania and Finland, row 4, Oskaras Pitkovas and Niklas Pasi. Finland and Latvia, row 5 completing the top 10, Timi Laukkanen and Klaus Hans, Jokubas Vaskelis and Emilis Juozaitis on all Lithuanian row number 6. Head of Gustas Narveis, Janet Salaranta, Martin Streber, Max Kononovs, Adam Six, Timur Gajev, Henry Kadastik, Marius Mazinas rounding out the top 20. Oskar Navumchik, Lukas Virvikas, Joris Fluxner and Kater Spike round out the 24 strong grid. Kater Spike looks to have been excluded possibly after final number 2. Right, the drivers using the cut through to negotiate their way past the left, right, left complex you see on the left hand side of the circuit. Okay. Drivers set and ready, 12 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. We go, revs up, green flag drops and the final is underway. Good start by Jouk. Lyubimov up into P2. Collinson hung out to drive around the outside of turn 1, down to Finn. He goes, we've got a yellow flag at turn 1. It's already an incident, the drivers have got to be very, very careful. So these drivers will then have to try and do what they can. And it's Marcus Jouk that leads the way, Nikita Lyubimov and Patrikos Jokius running at the top 3, Mikko Grantins, and it looks like, well, I'm just wondering, is that Oskaras Pitkovas up into P4? I think that looks like a Paralink chassis to me. Yep, it is the case. So Oskaras Pitkovas now up into P4, Jack Collinson to the outside he goes. And Collinson's going to make the move around the outside. Beautiful by the 291 from MRG Racing. Collinson pulled something out of the, well, he pulled the magician's hat on that one. but Nikita Lubimov right on the coattails. It's an Estonian 1-2, followed by Lithuania, Latvia, Finland, Norway. Finland and 2 Lithuanians running at the top 10. Everyone scattering out. 3 wide going into turn number 2. Oh, and Lubimov has just been spat off the track. Contact for Nikita Lubimov. A real shame for the August 3-0. I'm wondering if there might have been a little bit of contact between him and Patrikos Jokis. And yeah, it was Patrikos Jokis, bumped over the sausage curbs, collected the right rear, and Lubimov was a passenger, had nothing else to say in that matter. But meantime, Jack Collinson now finds himself in P2. And I would imagine that's probably going to be possibly, let's see who's behind, Mikkel Grantins. As there's a dive bomb and a half in turn 1, that would have been past Olli Niklas Pasi from Finland. In Munipalicity might have been the driver that decided to dive there, but my goodness me, we've got Marcus Jouk leading the way, but Jack Collinson has 1.2 seconds to try and make up, but if he does, he might decide, you know what, strength in numbers might be his ploy. Bring along Mikkel Grantins. Grantins needs to do one of 2 things. Either stay in the wheel tracks of Collinson, as a dive up the inside, Laukkanen through on Munipalicity. Oh no, that was, funny enough, I think that might have been, yeah, Timi Laukkanen, possibly. But now, the gap was 1.2 seconds after lap 2. Gap looks to be coming down, was 1.2. It's 0.67. New fastest lap by Jack Collinson, 57.032. So what has he decided? You know what, I need to chase that beggar down in front of me. And Grantins is staying in the wheel tracks. Meantime, a little bit further back, 2 wide, 2 deep, coming out of the chicane. And wondering if that's going to be a Talvar Racing entry. More than likely Niklas Pasi. And so you'll probably have, yeah, Patrikos Jokis is at the back of that trade. Then that'll be Jorisiki Manta Stankovičius. You'll probably have maybe Janet Saloranta might be in that mix. But the hunt is on. Collinson gunning after Marcus Jouk. Lap 4 completed. It's a little bit sideways by one of the karts coming out of the final corner. And, well, these drivers are really putting their elbows out here. And Junior's 3 wide and a bit of contact. Karts all over the shop. Someone's got spat out exit stage left. Oh dear, it's happened again. All I can say is 3 wide in that part of the circuit never goes down well. It goes down like a sack of potatoes. And yeah, one was backwards and around, having been punted up into the air. So interlocking of wheels between 3 karts going 3 wide, and it was the person in the middle that got spat out. And backwards 180. And Nikita Lubimov trying to move up the order. Now sitting 14th at the minute. Might be a little bit further up the order. Now up into P11. So the comeback continues. Marcus Jouk now being reeled in. So Collinson once again showcasing the speed of the MRG racing chassis underneath him. Normally MRG running with the Gillard chassis, so Collinson knows the team well. Raced with them for the last couple of seasons. Normally runs with Hunter Motorsport over in the United Kingdom. But those eagle-eyed amongst you might recognise his race suits. Mikkel Grantins, the young Norwegian, running under the entry of Cap Motorsport. Norwegian, he's running under SM Racing colours. As is Tom Streller, who'll be leading the way in seniors, but still 6 minutes and 10 seconds left to go, plus an additional lap. And again, another quick lap by Collinson, 57.01, quicker than Grantins by a 10. quicker than Marcus Yao by 2/10. And in the meantime, look at this. Timi Laukkanen has joined the fray. It's a quartet at the front of the field. And now it's going to be elbows out here. 5 3/4 minutes to go, up towards the triangle. Here on lap number 7, Yao, Collinson, Grantins, Laukkanen. Keep your eyes on Pasi. Here comes Laukkanen. Tries to get through on Grantins. And the Norwegian says, no, you don't. Niklas Pasi and Emilis Juozaitis are now going to make it 6 karts through. Laukkanen loses 4. And that's going to be Emilis Juozaitis that's got him through. Side by side for 6th into turn 1. That is going to be Niklas Mazinas and Timi Laukkanen. What a dogfight we've got on our hands. And look at this, 4 battling over P4. Top 3 have broken away. As round the outside. Round the outside and to the inside line. Here comes Collinson. Collinson's got and done it. And now it's a free-for-all behind with 4 minutes and 30 plus change, plus an additional lap. Collinson hits the front. Marcus Yao powerless to do anything about it. And he's now sitting in 4th position. But look at this. Niklas Pasi for Talvar Racing. The youngster from Finland now up into P2. It's 3 wide. Look at this. 4 wide coming out of the final corner. And in the middle of it was Patrikas Jonkius. Oh no! Multi-card incidents, 1 cone gets thrown into the background. Dutch drivers, well, I think the words are disappointed would be an understatement, especially if the air is blue under those drivers' race helmets. I think Jonas Bluxner was the one that got turned around. It was an MRG racing car that was backwards 180 through into T1. And, well, that has now changed everything because Jack Collinson leads the way. Stankovic down to 10th, Lubimov now 9th, a bit of a trip off onto the grass and the dirt by Gustavus Narvaez. And Narvaez in the SM Racing 231. Right, Collinson leads after lap 9. Now head on to lap 10. Mazinas, Pasi, Grantins, Laukkanen, Jonkius, Vaskelis, Juozaitis. Yeah, Jonas Bluxner was one of them. The other one was Marcus Yao. Janet Zalaranta, the young Finn in the 213, unfortunately retired on lap 4, but my goodness me, this junior super final has had everything in it. But look at this, it is Marius Mazinas to the inside of Jack Collinson at the top of the triangle. Collinson does not need to panic, he's got 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. All he needs to do is stick with Mazinas. Now Marius Mazinas trying to stretch the legs on the Pillanai Racing Cosmic underneath him. Collinson, 1 winner here this weekend, 1 final number 2. He wants to leave Raceway Baltic with a 2nd win. That's 75 points in his pocket. It's not about concentrating on what's happened, not concentrating on the moments ahead, but it's concentrating on the here and now. 3 laps remain. The gap between the top 2, less than 1/4 of a second. Collinson, new fastest lap, 56.012. So he's been given a sign saying, right, this is your time. This is your opportunity, and you've got to go for it. So there's a sense of urgency that's now going to be the case. Mikko Grantins is going to have to use the same vernacular against Palvar Racing's Niklas Passi from Finland in the 2.93. That's the battle for P3 on the road, up to the triangle. And there we go. Passi gets the over-under done on Grantins, who managed to get the inside line. Grantins trying to go towards the outside into the penultimate left-hander. And the top two have now effected their breakaway because of Grantins, who is absolutely frustrated to I don't know what, saying to Passi, saying, stop fighting. We've got to catch those two in front. It's too little too late, gents, I'm afraid. But Grantins, can he steal from the Finn? Third place at the last gasp. After this, one more lap remains, and then it's two more races to go before we conclude on-track activities. Marius Mazinas leading Jack Collinson, Niklas Passi in P3, Mikko Grantins and Patrikas Jokius, who's recovered to fifth. Timi Laukkonen in what could have been for the 2.32 for Finland. Jokubas Vaskelis, Emilis Juozaitis, Nikita Lubimov now recovers up to ninth, having gotten past Gustav Narvaez for SM Racing. Last lap is underway, and well, another new fastest lap by the man in second. Collinson on a mission right about now, but he's got to try and do something special. He was 0.185 behind Marius Mazinas, heading on to the 14th and final lap of this race weekend for the Junior Rotax division. We had great racing, exciting combats all the way through all three races. The two finals and now the super final coming to its inevitable conclusion. It's everything to gain for Collinson, everything to lose by Mazinas as Passi again. He's got Grantins looking to the inside. It's the penultimate left-hander, and he's going to go for the move as the Norwegian. But the Finn counter-attacks and slingshot straight past him, as if Grantins was standing still. But out of the final corner, it's Marius Mazinas that wins the super final here in juniors. Jack Collinson denied by just under 0.18 of a second after 14 laps. Passi, Grantins, Jokius, Laukkonen, Vaskelis, Lubimov, Juozaitis and Narvaez round out the top 10. Cater's fight from stone dead last to 11th at the flag. Well done to the MKC Motorsport Tony Kart driver on the 217. Adam Max Kononovs, Adam 6, Oskaras Pitkovas, Joris Digimantas Stankovic all the way down to 15th at the flag ahead of Marcus Jauk, Lucas Verbikas, Klaus Hans, Timur Gadziev, Henry Karastik and Oskar Navumchik will round out the finishers. Joris Bruxner out with 9 laps completed. Martin Streber at half distance, and Janette Saloranta, the Tony Kart driver from Finland in the 213, out on lap number 4. 2 races to go. Up next is the super final for DD2 Masters. Right, 2 more super finals to go. This time it's DD2 Masters, so let's take you through the starting grid ahead of 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Brett Sai and Ricards Kaunsins will line up on the front row. Haros Garkaklis and Ivaros Us will round out row number 2. Martin Zrolis and Jurisolitis round out row number 3. Martin Silt, Nicolas Mazinas and Argo Tam round out the 9-strong field. After this, we'll have a very frantic super final for the senior Rotax division to curtail the on-track action here at Raceway Baltic in Ropazi Novas. A big thank you to everyone that has been watching along here today. We really do appreciate your company and thank you for supporting the live stream. Big thank you to the team at No Limits for once again providing some stellar coverage here in this part of the world. So the drivers now head onto their official formation lap. And now the field gets into formation. A little shake of the head there from Ricards Kaunsins. Something seems to be amiss with the Birolart Baltics number 509 Birolart. Shake of the head twice there from the man on the outside of the front row. But it is Pritzai and Ricards Kaunsins that are going to bring us to the green flag. Drivers instructed to slow for the final time here this weekend. One more race to go. This is race 18 out of a scheduled 19 races in the meeting. The green flag drops and Ricards Kaunsins not able to pull away as he'd hoped. Ricards just trying to go around the outside. Got a Kaklis in P3. Straight off the bat, Nicolas Mazinis did not hang around. He's got through into well, he's now going to try and get through into 6th position. Darts to the left, then to the right of Jurisolitis. Also running on a Birolart chassis. Pritzai leads the way as we head towards the top part of the circuit. With a slight incline here at the triangle portion of the track. A bit of elevation, camber to the left-hand side. There's a dive up the inside. That was by Jurisolitis and Ivarzos and Nicolas Mazinas. Well, Mazinas gets through behind Zolitis, so a good move there by the Pillow Racing Birolart, the 577. But it looks like we're going to have a change for P2. Ricards Kaunsins slots in behind. Birolart Baltic's teammate and fellow countryman, Haros Garkaklis. Garkaklis, I should say, actually. Need to elongate my pronunciation on Harold's name. I'm sure that he'll probably watch the live stream back and say, no, this is how you say my surname. He's done it to me before. But now, Garkaklis is now trying to find his way through on Pritzai, and teammate Kaunsins is going to get through at the same point. Strength in numbers there by the Birolart Baltics as they get through and past on the man from Talvar Racing. In the meantime, well, look at this. First, second and fourth, because Martin Zrolis, also from the Birolart Baltic squad, just sets the fastest lap of the race of a 55.712. That is a big chunk of change out of the advantage that Pritzai had on him. So could it be more than likely that we have the 3 Birolart Baltic drivers at the sharp end of the field as we see this wonderful drone shot above the lake here at Raceway Baltic? And in previous years they have had the inflatables out there for the families and for kids to enjoy, but I think we've already had our unwanted secondary shower today. Well, not just once, but I think twice it's happened. But there you can see there's going to be a big amount of seniors filling up that dummy grid, ready to go. And Gargaklis started P3, now leads ahead of teammate Countings, Prit side. Martins Rollis now 9 tenths behind the Estonian on the Lando Norris Talvar Racing entry. The 519, who has competed in multiple Rotax Max Challenge competitions, including Estonia, Nordic, Latvia, Lithuania, B&L, Euro Trophy. And the list, I think, probably goes a little bit longer than that. But still, at the front end of the field, it's being controlled by the pair of Gargaklis and Countseams. Zalaitis closing in, getting through on Martins Rollis. And Zalaitis running it as an independent on the 511 Birrell. A little bit of an adjustment of the radiator flap on the left-hand side of Gargaklis' chassis. Countseams through the inside, a little bit choreographed that was. I think basically because I think Gargaklis was looking for a tuned-up race in some respect, just to see if the reflexes are sharp. Don't worry, Harold, they are, my friend. You don't need to prove that to me. You can see all the awnings and the tents here in the expansive paddock here at Ropazi Novus at the track formerly known as 333 Baltic, now Raceway Baltic. And what a location it is. Very, very fast and flowing circuit, as we are currently on lap number 6 of this race. And fastest lap, well, Nicolas Mazines, who is now in P8. 54.550 for the man from Pilanai Racing. So 7th, 8th and 9th have neither lost nor gained positions, whereas everybody else, it's Countseams, Gargaklis, Say, Rollis, Zalaitis, Us. They've all either gained or dropped positions. Sai and Us have both lost 2 apiece. Everyone else is in the remainder of the top 6 have moved up a space. But Ivarzos might look to claw one of those back and demote Zalaitis down to P5. Could happen sooner rather than later, depending on how hard on the defence that Zalaitis is at the moment as they go to the top part of the circuit. But it is the 2 Birrell Baltic drivers, 509 and 503, Countseams and Gargaklis, that lead the way. And they're starting to pull away from Pritsai. Gap between 2nd and 3rd now stretches to around 1.1 seconds. So there is going to be a very, very long stretch of tarmac that these drivers are having to negotiate now. But with 6 minutes and 40 to go, plus an additional lap, anything can happen. Unpredictability is the key word within the world of karting. And another new fastest lap by Mikolas Mazidas, 54.407 for the 577 out of Lithuania. It's a what-if weekend for the Pilani racing driver on the Birrell. But Count seems looking to gain a little bit of ground towards Pritsai in terms of the DD2 Masters Rotax Max Challenge Nordic title this year. But at the moment, things you might say are a little bit processional at the moment. But let me tell you this, Pritsai is now starting to close on in to Garkaklis for P2. The gap was 1.2 seconds. Now it's just over 8 tenths. And Pritsai was a tenth quicker than the man in front of him, equalled the man leading the way on the last lap. We're on lap 10 with 5 minutes still to go. And believe you me, when you have a 14-minute plus an additional lap final, you've got to do one of several things. You've got to get into the flow state. You've got to have that consistency when it comes to lap times. Well, Garkaklis has responded and has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 54.267. A tenth quicker than his teammate and a tenth and a half quicker than Pritsai behind him. Gap now up to a second between P2 and P3. But in these longer races, your backside is millimetres from the ground. You're being physically and mentally taxed for every single lap. Your core strength is being tested to its limit. Lactic acid buildup is a part and parcel of too much exertion, and you can bet that these drivers will be feeling absolutely drained after this race. It's not easy when you're having to concentrate on closing in on the driver in front of you, especially if your name is Harold Garkaklis. You've got to go up and down the gearbox, you've got to brake, you've got to put the throttle down, you've got to turn through the corners. And some drivers, you might say, they look pretty calm behind the wheel. But it's a bit like a duck on a pond. Calm on the surface, but paddling like nobody's business underneath. Keeping an eye on the battle for P5 at the moment. Munipalicity and Ivarasos. Birrell versus Sodi. Gap last time round was just under a tenth and a half. Can Ivarasos get into the top 5 by the end of the race? 3 minutes to go. With lap times, well, at the moment with the leaders doing anywhere between a mid to a high 54.3. Personal best by Pritsai in third. 54.359, but on lap 10 still the fastest lap of the race. Garkaklis with a 54.267. But Count Teams and Garkaklis running in formation in the 509 and the 503. Pritsai's disadvantage is now stretched to 1.2 seconds. But this will be a welcome way for Ricard's Count Teams to close the gap to Pritsai, who won in that wonderful demonstration in torrential rainy conditions after the heavens opened. And we waited for Moses to figuratively part the seas. Pritsai, despite a 180 spin off of turn 1, lap 1, they managed to get it all back together. And when everyone else stumbled, including Mikolas Mazidas and Ricard's Count Teams, with the former climbing over the top right of the latter, eliminating himself from proceedings, Pritsai would then go on to take a dominant win. But Ricard's Count Teams, guided by his wingman, the very vastly experienced driver in the form of Harold Garkaklis, It is a Birillard Baltics 1-2. It could be a 1-2-4 again, like it was in final one. 3 laps to go. And more to the point, how much do drivers want this? That's the big question. And some drivers, you might say, think, well, I'm in it just to help out my teammate. But every driver, worth their salt, is always wanting to go for a race victory. And Ricard's count teams is doing exactly what he needs to do at this point. But after this, it'll be 2 more laps remaining on the counter. Count teams and Gargaglis are inseparable, brothers and comrades in arms. We now head on to lap 16 out of 17 here at Raceway Baltic. But the grand finale, the crescendo that is set to descend on Raceway Baltic will be coming up next. Our senior Rotax super final. But Ricard's count teams, this and 1 more lap to go. It means that he will have the opportunity to close the gap to Pitsai, taking into consideration, excuse me there, taking into consideration the lead that Pitsai had coming into this race weekend, and Count Seams has slowly but surely whittled it away to a shadow of its former self. Lead is down to turn 2 for the 17th and final time. And more to the point, the drivers, the leaders coming through into the triangle part at the top of the circuit for the 17th and final time. Synchronicity at its best. Birillard Baltics roll the roost here in DD2 Masters. 3 more corners to go. That's 1, that's 2. Now the final turn. Ricard's count seems he is going to be afforded the victory ahead of teammate Haros Gargaglis, as is a Birillard Baltics 1 and 2. Pitsai rounds out 3rd. It's not going to be a 1-2-4. Ivar Zurs, Pips, Juris and Martins Rollis for 4th place at the flag. Mikolas Mazinas takes 7th, with Martin Sild rounding out 8th. Unfortunately for Argo Tam from Estonia, that is it for him. But, well, what could I say about that one? We have 1 more race to go, and it is the big one. Hold on to your hats, folks. Coming up now, the Senior Rotax Super Final. 36 drivers, battle lines are drawn. Who's going to win the Super Final here in Ropazi? As they say, it is the calm before the storm. 40 senior Rotax drivers headed here to Raceway Baltic as the engines will fire up for the 19th and final time when it comes to races assigned here this weekend. 36 senior drivers, the last one to qualify, Maya Gomberga from SM Racing. But we have got the who's who of senior Rotax competitors from the Baltic nations that are worth their weight in gold. 14 minutes plus an additional lap as the Senior Rotax Super Final is upon us. Green flag at the dummy grid. Let's take you through the starting order. It's David Escudero and Tom Streller that will line up on the front row. Martin Wellstrom and Artyom Sestikov on row 2. Aliza Stolchamani and Robin Shehmet on row 3. Kairo Kivi and Fernando Paimre, row 4. Ilya Sheremetya and Rodrigo Kakers rounding out the overall top 10. Matas Balcius and Oliver Kerg, row 6. Rafael Zernask and Marta Spike, row 7. Karlis Kirikovs and Hendrix Pietz on row 8. Adrian Stions and Marius Garciaucas. That is row number 9. Completing the top 20, it is going to be Kaspar Kiskuela and Martin Zvalts. Normantas Avarsevicius, Kate Drobiseva, Kimi Komolainen, Gina Slimkus, Albert Ingo, Rikas Gekulis, Domas Kalaravicius, Lorena Kalaravicius, Jonas Litkauskas, Kaius Petkus, Kevin Linus, Romet Pakash, Hans Markus Narusk, Miro Koski, Kau Jesper Subets and Maya Gomberga round out your 36-strong capacity grid here at this 1.34 kilometre circuit at Raceway Baltic. I wanted to get through that grid as far as possible before the graphics concluded. And the main reason being is it is going to be a very, very fast and frantic run down to turn 1 when the flag drops on the start-finish straight. We've got 36 drivers ready to go. Hungry. And it's all about who wants it the most. The formation lap about to come to its inevitable conclusion. And this is our last race of this round. RMC Nordic round 3, RMC Latvia round 5, here at Baltic Raceway. Let's get ready to rumble one more time. Into the tram lines we go, revs rise, green flag drops, we're underway at a big accident at the back end of the field. One doing a 540. But it means like that Tom Streller might have just dived to the inside, a half spin at turn number 1. So probably about 33 drivers have just made it through turn 1 unscathed to a point. But at the front end of the field, there's a big old train. It is not Tom Streller, as Elisa Stolchamani tried to dive to the inside at the top part of the circuit from P2. Tom Streller 3 wide, round into the sweeping left. He's going to try and get 4th up towards the triangle. To the outside goes the Latvian from Marupe. But Elisa Stolchamani is going to try and see what she can accomplish in this 14-minute plus an additional lap race. But at the moment, it could be the fact that several drivers will be in contention for this race. There's still a long way to go. They've got to start getting into that flow, into that rhythm here at Raceway Baltic. But it is Martin Wellstrom, the man from Finland, up to the front end of the field ahead of David Escudero, Elisa Stolchamani, Kairo Kivi, Tom Streller, Artyom Sestikov, Karlis Kirikovs, Robin Shehmet, Ilya Sheremetya, and 2 go off at turn 2. Oh dear, already the daggers are out, and it's all for themselves. There's still an opportunity for getting a grand finals ticket in 3 weeks' time, but you've got to be very, very clean. You've got to watch your P's and Q's, keep your nose clean, keep your powder dry. And Tom Streller, a stumble from the 3:59 for SM Racing, a shake of the head. Of course, running over in continental Europe, normally aligned with, was aligned with Dan Holland Racing, now with Strawberry Racing with the team, including Paul Spencer, one of the powerhouses of European Rotax that brought Matilda Olsson in 2019 and 2020 to 2 European senior Rotax crowns. Oh, right, okay, we've got some dramas. Matas Balcius out, Gina Slimkus out, Kaius Petkus out. Someone has come to a halt. could be Lorinus Kaladovicius. So already we are down a couple of drivers and everyone is trying to do what they can. Elises Tolchamani is battling for the race lead. So there is an opportunity for the younger sister of Thomas Tolchamanis, 2021 Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion. Went on to have a successful FIA karting career and then ended up into single-seaters. But there is a big, big gap now starting to develop a little bit further down the order. First to second, 4 tenths, 6 tenths to third after that. And then it's a big gap between Elises Tolchamani in P5. Back to Tarval Racing's Robin Shehmet from Estonia. And there's still plenty of action left to go in this race, I can guarantee you that much. Keep your eyes on Tom Strehler, currently P9 behind Fernando Pemre, but look at this, Strehler using that experience, that savoir-faire, that know-how, that racecraft to get on through. We're not even 3.5 minutes into this race, and my spidey sense is tingling at the moment. But Gulavicius, Sestikovs, Wallström, Kivi, that is your top 4. They were covered by 1.2 seconds after lap number 3. Lap 4 is completed, and it's 0.66. Stolchamani is losing a little bit of distance. But, oh no, that is going to be one of the drivers. I think that might have been possibly Robin Shehmet that went off, exit stage right, out of turn 1. It quickly happened. And it just goes to show that with these drivers, they cannot, as I said, at this point in the championship, for RMC Nordic, you've got to be very, very mindful. If you don't get it right now, how do you think it's going to go with regards to the championship standings? And at the minute, well, there are more drivers dropping like flies in the past few moments of this race. 9.25 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So, my question to you lot watching at home: who's your money on? Because at the minute, I can't tell who is going to be the one that's going to be leading the race come the checkered flag. But Dovydas Gulavicius from Lithuania is leading. Finland's Martin Wallström, Latvia's Artjom Sestikovs, Finland's Kaido Kivi, Estonia's Kaido Kivi, and Elises Tolchamani to the inside. She gets through for 4. Right at the triangle at the top of the circuit, as Artjom Sestikovs in the 3:57 for MRG Racing. Closing in a look at the run, look at the line of spectators here off of the final corner. A little bit of advice through hand signals given, as is customary in the world of karting. But at the moment, we still have quite a lot of this race left to run. And if you said to me, call a winner, I couldn't tell you. I'd rather see this race unfold right in front of us, and that's exactly what's happening. You want to have that little bit of additional anticipation, and that is exactly what we are getting right here. So we have got a couple of other drivers. Robert Pakash, Rafael Zernas, the 2 from Talvar Racing are out. Fastest lap of the race, no surprise here. Tom Strehler, 54.855, and that's just been countered. And Strehler's gone quicker again by nearly 3 tenths. Tom Strehler, keep your eyes on the number 359 from SM Racing, representing Latvia. And he's 7 tenths off of Fernando Pemre for AGS. And it looks like Anthony's Tions has called it time. We're down to 29 out of 36 runners and riders. There is Tom Strehler. Fastest lap of the race of 54.514 for the SM Racing ace. And even with there being 6.5 minutes to go, do not count out anybody, I would say, in the top 8. And look at this. Strela to the outside. There is Fernando Pembre in the 3.79. Strela's trying to get the run round the outside. Can he get the job done at turn 2? I think he might have just got it. Let's see. Yep, he's made the move. Great work by Tom Strela. Now, Kaido Kivi just ahead. Pembre trying to get through as they sweep into the left-hander towards the triangle at the top part of the circuit. And it's all about getting into that flow, that state. The racehorse blinkers on. And look at this, a gesticulation by Tom Strela. And he gets to the inside of Fernando. He gets through on Kaido Kivi. And he was pointing forwards frantically there. It's exactly what he did not need. And Kaido Kivi was to his inside. Fernando Pembre gets through on the Latvian. And Tom Strela, one of the fittest drivers I actually know in this division. He does a lot of hard work, obviously, with Dad Armand, who in his own right is makes me feel a bit inadequate, let's say, in terms of physical health. But more to the point, Tom Strela running for a career in motorsport as a full-time race, and who knows when that might occur. But Kaido Kivi under the kibosh, and Marta Spike round the outside of him. She goes. Oh, classic Marta Spike brings one out of the playbook. But at the moment, with 4 minutes and 40 to go, Dovydas Gudlevicius is stretching an advantage over Artyom Sesnikovs to the tune of just over 1.15 seconds. Aliza Stolchamane P3. Martin Vedstrom, the Tony Kart driver from Finland, in the 3.69 rounds out your top 4. Robin Shepard, the leading Estonian in the field. Head of fellow countryman and rival from AGS, Fernando Pembre. Tom Strela is about a second off, but things are starting to bunch up here. As drivers start battling tooth and nail, gaps will reduce significantly. And this is far from easy. This is not a difficult track to master. This is a difficult track to master. You've got to be in that flow state. So, another fast. Oh my goodness me. Tom Strela has got the wake-up juice flowing through his veins like the adrenaline, and has just put in the fastest lap of the race of 54.178. Gudlevicius has nearly a 1.4 second advantage over MRG Racing's man from Latvia, Artyom Sesnikovs. But Gudlevicius for SM Racing, one of the teammates of Tom Strela. We saw him and Strela battle in the final heat, and Gudlevicius came out on top, but Strela looking to consolidate a potential points advantage into the final Rotax Max Challenge Nordic round of the season here at Raceway Baltic in 3 weeks. Could be a change here between the two Talvar Racing teammates, and that is Robin Shefmet through on Finnish teammate Martin Vedstrom. So the 3.11 through on the 3.69. Still 29 drivers, 7 eliminated from the fray after such hard work. Adeline Theons scythed his way with over 25 plus overtakes over 2 races, and his race in the final comes to an abrupt end on lap number 6. Currently on lap number 13 with just over 2 minutes to go. So Gudlevicius crosses the line, and that is with 1 minute and 57 seconds to go. 4 laps remaining, not just of the Senior Max Super Final, but also of the race meeting here at Raceway Baltic. But who knows? could there be another surprise in the offing here at this final race out of 19 for the race day? Because looking at the lap times, all I can say is this: Tom Strella trying to close that gap to Wallström in P5. Gap last time round was 2.2 seconds. Strella took over 6/10 out of him. 3 laps to go. Gudovicia still leads. His lead over Sesnikov's now stretches to 1.9 seconds. And Tom Strella takes out another nearly 4.5 tenths out of Martin Wallström. The gap now down to 1.75. So Strella, how much of that time can he cut down in the next 30 seconds plus an additional lap? We're going to have 2 laps to go, because at the moment Dovydas Gudlevicius in the 3.89 is 85% through what will be the second from last lap. Out of the final corner, the 3.89 brings us on to lap number 16 out of 17, 2 to go. What's the distance between Tom Strella and Martin Wallström? 1.2 seconds. So Strella has that is going to be 2.68 kilometres to make up 1.2 seconds. Can he do it and get into the top 5 by the checkered flag? Elisa Stolchamani not out of the top 4 all weekend long. A third in the first heat, a fourth in second heat, and now looking very close to being on that third step of the rostrum here in the super final. As they say, all good things come to an end, but we have one more tour, one final lap. Gudlevicius still leads, Sesnikov second, third Stolchamani, Shehmet fourth, Wallström in fifth. And what is the distance between him and Tom Strella? 0.6 of a second. Strella could steal fifth on the line, but Dovydas Gudlevicius, the 3.89 from Lithuania for SM Racing, has done exactly what he's needed to do in this race, as there is Strella closing it on Wallström for 5th place in the last lap of not just this race, the super final for seniors, but also the last lap of the race meeting to conclude RMC Nordic round 3, RMC Latvia round 5 here at Raceway Baltic. And Strella is going to put on an affair and an assault here. He's going to go to the outside of Wallström, and it's going to be a little bit of wheel contact. Wallström 2 wheels on the grass. Strella gets through, but out of the final corner, Dovydas Gudlevicius wins the super final. Ation Sesnikov takes P2. Elisa Stolchamani not out of the top 4 all weekend long. She rounds out the top 3. Robin Shehmet, Tom Strella taking P5 with a robust manoeuvre on Martin Wallström, rounds out the top 6. Fernando Paimre, Karlis Girikovs, Marta Spike, Kaspar Kisquela, Kairo Kivi, Kimi Komolainen, Oliver Kirk, Normantas Zavasevicius and Martin Valts round out the top 15. Marius Karsiaukas. Then we got Hans Markus Narutsk, Ilya Sharameta, Albert Inglenus, Domas Karlovicius. Then we've also got Jonas Liakauskas, Ricardas Kekulis, Kate Robiseva, Kao Jesper Sumets, Malia Gomberga, Hendrik Peets rounding out, Miro Koski rounding out the 29 finishers. After that, retirements from Adrian Stions, Romet Pakash, Rafael Zanask, Lorenas Karadovicius, Matas Balsius, Gina Slimkus and Kaius Petkus rounding out the 36 that came to this final. 4 drivers eliminated, but what a weekend here at Raceway Baltic. RMC Nordic returns in just 3 weeks' time, 29th of August, but the path to Portimao for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania gets underway in a few weeks' time at round 6. A big thank you to everyone watching here today on the Rotax Max Latvia official YouTube channel. A big thank you to the organisational team behind the scenes and all the members of the crew that make this event go smoothly. from scrutineering, secretarial, administration, parc fermé, tyre bay, scrutineering, the marshalling crew on the circuit. A big thank you to the men and women in orange. Also our members of the media that are covering this event, not just for us here at Rotax Max Latvia, but also for social media for drivers and teams. What a whirlwind it's been here on Saturday, the 8th of August. A big thank you to No Limits with Edgar's, Christa's and the entire team for providing some fantastic footage. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Well, the path to Portimao continues as we say ciao, adieu, see you next time.